Now I
Now it
can
is
see.
clear.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So it is saying method not
No,
allowed.
not allowed. Yeah, in the specification, I think we have mentioned it as HTTPS, right?
Uh,
Top, yeah.
yes, here it is coming as HTTPS. Okay.
Hmm.
But if you see here at
Just
the
go to, yeah, go to the logs, please. Go to the logs and check what is error you're getting. Runtime manager logs.
yes, 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 yeah.
Maybe Sangameshwar in RAML you need to check the host.
Okay.
I'm not getting anything here.
Okay.
The logs.
Mm-hmm. Do one thing, just copy this URL and put it in the postman. No, not here. Go back to the exchange. Yeah, this is the URL, right? We are using. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Go
I
to.
already did it in the from the postman. Okay, and
Okay.
I am getting the same error here as well. Method
Okay.
not allowed.
Numberx is 2. Okay, that's correct. JSON is correct. Slash API slash V1 slash tickets ABC 1 to 3 slash check-in. URL is also correct.
Yeah, it is saying method not allowed here as well.
Hmm. Put method, right? Yeah. Go
Yes,
to your
yes.
studio. Go to your studio, please.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so it will call that scaffolding flow, right? Go to the API, api.xml file. Not here, yeah,
Mm-hmm.
api.xml. Switch to the message flow view. Okay, so scroll down. Down. Yeah, over here, this method will be called put slash ticket. So it is not hitting this method. See down.
Locally it is working.
Yeah,
If I'll
puts.
hit this request,
Mm-hmm.
okay, from here. So this is the request. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
I'm getting a response.
Yeah.
But from
It's
cloud app,
8085, right? Why port is 8085?
so it was showing me error with the 8081.
Okay, then
So
here also you have to change the port then. When you have deployed the same jar, right? So go to the API manager. At API manager, it is like, see, when you deploy to the Cloud Hub will block the 8085. Did you change the 8085 to 8081 and then deploy this jar?
okay, okay, I'll do that.
Yeah, that was the issue because Cloud Hub will not allow other ports.
Okay, okay, okay. Yeah.
I'm taking the control back from you.
Yes, 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 yeah.
But at least it is working locally, right? And in today's session, we're going to do the Maven build, okay? So make sure you change the port whenever you are deploying it to the Cloud Hub.
All right, yeah.
Cloud Hub 8081 will definitely work because I think you are having some restriction and your company is blocking 8081. So in development, you can use any port, but during the deployment, change the port, okay? Then you should be all good.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay, yeah.
So welcome back, everyone. I assume everyone is back to the session. Okay, so before get going, let me do a quick recap like what we covered in the last class. Okay, so first we discussed the use case, right? We are working on this any airline organization and which is having total 3 use cases. And among that, we were focused on one user story that is check-in PAPI process API. So as a developer, we are building this check-in PAPI process API and we are incorporating all the best practices which are suggested by Mulesoft and we are building this check-in process API which is ready for the production deployment. Like we are giving the necessary foundation so that you can deploy a Mule application to any CI/CD pipeline. So this use case, the use case mobile user story. Okay, so the passenger will check into the any airline organization and passenger will present its PNR number. So I'm going to open up the exchange. So passenger presents its PNR number and last name and passenger is going to check into the any airline flight. And if the passenger got some additional baggages, then the passenger will be directed to the PayPal system to make the payment approval. So there are two endpoints here, slash check-in and slash payment approval. So this is the user story we are working. So we are building this check-in process API. So then we started with module 1. So in the module 1, we discussed about API development life cycle. Okay. So in the API development life cycle, we have 3 phases: design phase, build phase, deployment and management phase. And where we started our checking process API, we are building our checking process API. We started with the design phase. Okay, so this API specification, it is already provided to us by the training department. So we imported this specification to the designer and we created our API specification in the OS language, and then we published to the exchange. So this is the asset which we published to the exchange, checking process API. Then we went to the API manager to manage this asset. Okay, so we created an API instance in the API manager and it generated a unique ID. And we are managing this API using basic endpoint strategy. Okay, so then we went to the Anypoint Studio and we performed the build phase over there. So we imported this specification into the studio and we created a mule application. We created this check-in process API. Okay, so then this check-in process API in the basic endpoint strategy, which supports the auto discovery mechanism. So we are, as a part of auto discovery mechanism, we are passing 3 parameters over here. Let me go to that. Okay, so the Mule application, your checking process API, it is running in your embedded Mule runtime, and this Mule application will be linked with the API instance ID in the API manager by passing through this auto discovery parameters. Okay, then this API instance, the status is changed to active. Then we apply the policy to restrict the access to that asset, check-in PAPI process asset. So this is what we did in the module 1. So we built this check-in process API, and this check-in process API is now linked with the API instance which we created in the API manager by using this auto discovery mechanism. And then we applied automated policy in the API manager. Let me open up the API manager. So we applied the message logging policy as an automated policy. So we can apply the policies at 2 levels, right? At environment level and also at the specific API instance level. So this message logging policy, we applied it as an automated policy so that it will be applied to each and every API instance created in this dev environment. Okay, so then we went ahead and we started with module 2. Okay, so I'll just quickly go through the walkthroughs I have covered in module 2. So in the module through, we started with the DIY principle. Okay, so we learned what are the coding conventions suggested by Mulesoft. So very important is to apply the dry principle here. So dry stands for don't repeat yourself. Means you're going to write the code once and use it multiple places as much as possible. And we learned how to format the code. We applied the coding conventions like project name. We'll start with kebab case. Okay, all the XML files you're going to create will be in the lower case. Okay, and do not change the names of API kit generated flows. And for a global element, we followed the camel case. Okay, so we cleaned up our code in the check-in PAPI and we moved all the global elements to the global.xml file. Okay, so this is one of the best practice we need to follow to keep all the global elements in the global.xml file so that to avoid the confusion to the developer. And if any new person step into your code and if they are looking at your code, then you can easily understand what is happening in your code. Okay, so all the global elements, global.xml file, and all the error handlers, we moved into this separate file, error.xml file. And also we separated the logic from interface with the backend implementation logic. So your implementation logic gonna be in the main.xml file. But in this production ready, we are not focused on the implementation logic. So we are returning a hard coded value here. Payment ID is always returned as a response. Okay, this is about first walkthrough. And then we covered a bit of second walkthrough also. Let me get the slide of second walkthrough. So in the second walkthrough, we discussed how to parameterize your Mule application. So we extracted the Mule application configuration values, which will change over a period of time or which are environment specific. Those properties we moved into a separate property file. Okay, so we created a properties.yaml file over here under the src main resources. Under the src main resources, we created a properties.yaml file and all the properties are externalized over here so that you can these properties can be overridden by the ops person when they deploy this application to different environments. Okay, so properties.yaml file will have all the properties which going to change over period of time, like this TLS key store. This is going to be specific to each environment. So each dev test prod, they're going to use their own digital security files. And this port, major version, group ID, so all the properties are externalized over here. And also we have added a global element to use that property file. And we are using a property placeholder to refer to those properties present in the properties.yaml file. Okay, and also we discussed about Maven resource filtering. Okay, so then we identified there are some properties which are duplicated in the properties.yaml file, this group ID, artifact ID version. So these are duplicated in the pom.xml file also in the dependencies section over here. So to avoid the redundancy in the pom.xml file and the properties.yaml file, so we moved all these elements, these properties to the properties section. So we moved all the properties over here and it can be referenced anywhere in your project. It can be referenced in the same pom.xml file and also in the properties.yaml file. And this is the job done by the Maven resource filter plugin. So we added this new plugin over here so that this Maven resource filter plugin will scan these directories, SRC main resources, SRC test resources, and it's going to replace this dollar notation, this dollar API.group ID with actual value, and the actual value we defined in the property section on the top. So we finish with the Maven resource filtering. And today's session, we're going to discuss how to avoid the build redundancy by following the Maven inheritance. Okay, so that's the next topic we're going to discuss. Okay, so please launch your studio, everyone. And please let me know if you're ready with your studio so that we can get started with the Maven inheritance. And also we discussed Maven lifecycle. So let me just quickly go through it again. So there are 3 lifecycle phases. So Maven is used for build management and dependency management in the Mule projects. And Mulesoft has taken this Maven plugin and extended it so that you can use the same Mule Maven plugin for building the project. And the Mulesoft extended Maven plugin is also bind to this lifecycle phases, Maven lifecycle phases like default, cycle. And most of the times we're going to work on the default lifecycle, which contain all these cascading phases. So we're going to execute few of the Maven lifecycle phases in today's session, like verify, install, deploy, package. And tomorrow's session, we're going to discuss about the test phase. Okay, so very important is the pom.xml file. Okay, POM stands for Project Object Model, which contains the information about your, from where you can download your dependency. It contains the Maven coordinates, what should be the outcome of your application. Okay, so this is about the pom.xml file. So when you execute a Maven command, Maven package or Maven deploy, so it will pass this pom.xml file and it will download all the dependencies needed for your project. And this pom.xml file also contains information about your plugins, like what kind of plugins you can use in your project. And it creates a directory structure in the local repository. So first it's going to check in the local repository if that dependency is available. If the dependency is not there in the local, then it will go to the repositories provided in the pom.xml file and it will download the dependencies and creates a directory structure based on this Maven coordinates, group ID, artifact ID, and version. Everything is a Maven artifact. Everything you are using in the Mule project is a Maven artifact and it is identified with this Maven coordinates. Okay, so now let's get started with the Maven inheritance. So I'm going to get the slide for you. So we can avoid the redundancy and duplication by following this Maven inheritance. So Maven inheritance means you're going to create a parent POM and on top of it, you will introduce a BOM file. Okay, so parent BOM will have all the common settings. Okay, all the common configuration used within different departments. Let's say, for example, my organization, for example, Accenture. Okay, so this organization will have different departments. Department 1, Department 2, and Department 3. And each department we build APIs. Let's say this is a sales department and you're building APIs for sales department, API 1, okay, API 2, and so on. And each API you are going to build, it's a Mule project again, and this API will have a pom.xml file. Each project will have a pom.xml file. And when you build number of APIs under the same department, there can be some redundancy because in each API you're going to use some common properties or common configuration which will be specific to that department. So we're going to identify those common settings and common configuration, and those settings we're going to move it into the parent POM file. So at each department, we're going to create a parent POM file. And this parent POM file will have all the common configuration settings specific to this particular department. So similarly for this department, let's say this is finance department. So over here also, you're going to build the APIs and all the common settings, you're going to move it into a parent pom.xml file for that specific department. So to avoid the redundancy, we remove the configuration from child and we're going to move it into the parent POM. And at the org level, you're going to introduce this bomb.xml file. So bomb stands for bill of material. Means each department can also have some common settings, which is moved into the bomb.xml file. So in the bomb.xml file, we do all the version configurations or the plugin related information. We're going to keep it in the bomb.xml file. Okay. So this is the Maven supported inheritance so that you can avoid the redundancy. Okay, so difference between parent POM and the BOM file. So BOM file will be created at the organization level. Entire organization will be using this BOM file. And in that organization, you'll have different departments. And each department will have a parent POM. And the parent POM will have multiple child POMs. Okay, so that's the hierarchy we're going to follow in terms of Maven best practices. Okay, so I'm going to show you how to identify the configuration setting specific to a project. So like at a department level, we're going to create a parent POM and all the common settings in that department, we're going to move it into the parent-pom.xml file. So please come back to the studio, everyone. Come back to the studio and expand your check-in Papi project and make a copy of this pom.xml file and paste it in the same project. Okay, so do a right click over here, copy this one and paste it and create a copy of pom.xml file, and we are going to call this as parent-pom. Parent-pom.xml file. Let me give this in the chat. And click OK. Now open up your parent-pom.xml file and make sure this is side by side. Your pom.xml and parent-pom is side by side so that we can compare like what are the common settings which will be applicable to all the projects which are going to build in that department. So your parent POM, we're going to keep all the configuration in the parent POM which will be used in the multiple projects in that department. And this parent POM will be used in the multiple projects in that department. Okay. So make sure they are side by side, and I'm going to split this window so that it will be easy for us to compare and identify the configuration. So just drag this little bit down and split your windows in this way. Okay, just organize your tabs in this way. On the left side you have pom.xml file and on the right side parent-pom.xml file. Just split it into two sides. Okay, and get this to full screen. Pom.xml, get this to full screen. So now we're going to compare what are the settings which will be common for multiple projects. So that we're going to put it in the parent POM, and the configuration settings which are related to only check-in Papi will remain over here. Okay, so split this windows, organize your tabs in this way. Okay, so we're going to start with the parent POM on the right side. So not necessarily you have to store this parent POM in the same project. Okay, it can be stored anywhere. It can be stored in any Maven repository, or it can be stored in Exchange also, so that this parent POM will be referenced in the multiple project. So as of now, we are creating this check-in Papi project. Like in the future, in any airline organization, if we are building flight management system or passenger data system or PayPal system, everyone gonna refer to this parent POM, because parent POM will have all the settings specific to that which can be used in the multiple projects. So not necessarily they should be in the same project. Okay, so this is gonna be published or installed into the repository so that multiple projects can refer to it. Okay, so now we are assuming this parent POM will be used in the child POM. So this parent POM will have only the common configuration settings. So start with the first one. Okay, so model version. Just below the model version, we have these three properties: group ID, artifact ID, version. So using this Maven coordinates, you're going to identify this parent pump. Okay, so let's change this group ID to com.mulesoft.training.any airline. So this is the group ID for your parent pump. Okay, I'm pasting in the chat for everyone. Okay, so go to your parent pump and set the group ID to this value. And artifact ID, change the artifact ID to solutions hyphen parent hyphen pump. Okay, let me give this in the chat. This is the artifact ID. Version, you can go with the same version, snapshot version. And packaging. Packaging is POM. So outcome of this parent POM is a POM file. So change the packaging to POM. And name is also solutions hyphen parent POM. Okay, no worries. I'm going to give all this information in the chat. So paste it at your end. Okay. So group ID. So now group ID, artifact ID, these are the Maven coordinates for this parent POM. Whereas these are the Maven coordinates for identifying your check-in puppy. This is for your check-in puppy and this is for your parent POM. Okay, so now we have to identify the configurations related to multiple projects. Okay, so just scroll down to the property section. Okay, over here we have source encoding, outcode encoding, and app.mule runtime plugin version. So this is going to be referenced in the multiple projects. So you can keep this over here, but you can take out this configuration. This API.group ID, API.artifact ID, API.version. This is specific to the check-in puppy. This is specific to the check-in puppy. You can take it out. You can take this out. Okay, so remove all these lines. API.group ID, artifact ID, version, take this out. So now move to the build section. Scroll down to the build section. Okay, so in the build section, we have resources, test resources, and this configuration can be used in the multiple projects. Okay, so we can leave them here. Then go to the plugin section. Okay, so in the parent POM, what we are going to do here, we'll create a plugin management. Means we're going to wrap these plugins into a plugin management. Like we have this Maven resource plugin, clean plugin, Maven, Mule Maven plugin. So all these three plugins, we're going to wrap it in a plugin management. Meaning here we are saying these are the plugins which can be used in the multiple project. We're going to say here, these are the plugins can be used in the multiple project. And this check-in puppy project will say that among these plugins, I want to use this specific plugin. So the child pom.xml file will enforce that plugin. Means over here you are giving the list of the plugins and the child POM will say that I want to use this particular plugin for this project. Okay, so we're going to do the plugin management over here. So just above these plugins, add a tag called as plugin management. Just above this one, add a plugin management tag. Plugin management tag. Okay, press enter, get this to new line. And inside the plugin management, we're going to wrap all these plugins. So cut all these plugins, everyone. Start with this plugins plural until /plugins. So this is what I'm going to cut it now. Start with plugins and end with /plugins plural. So cut all these plugins and you're going to wrap it inside the plugin management now. Okay, so cut this code and put it over here inside the plugin management. So let me format the code. Control Shift F to format the code. So all the plugins are now wrapped in the plugin management. Plugin management. And remember the version we're going to specify over here in the parent POM. So version should come from the parent POM. And in the child POM, you're going to say, so this is the plugin I want to use. So all the plugin information is over here. And in the child POM, you're going to say, this is the plugin I want to use in this project. So no need to give the version tag in the child POM. Just say this is the plugin I want to use because version should come from the parent POM, because this Mule Maven plugin version or Maven resource plugin version should be the same when it is used in the multiple projects. Okay, so that's the reason it should come from the parent POM. Now go down to the dependency section. Even all these dependencies, we're going to wrap it in the dependency management tag. Dependency management tag. Okay, so just go to the top of these dependencies and add a dependency management tag. M is uppercase, management, M is uppercase, or just pop this out and put it down. Okay, instead of cut pasting all these dependencies, so you can just cut this one, the end tag of dependency management, and go to the end of dependencies tag and paste it over here. Means we are wrapping all the dependencies inside the dependency management tag. Okay, so this is what we did. So it starts with the dependency management tag, and it contains all the dependency, and at the end make sure you have added the end tag of dependency management. Means we are wrapping all the dependencies inside this dependency management tag. Okay, so after this one, just check the dependency you are going to use for multiple projects. So HTTP connector will be used, socket will be used. Okay, so this dependency, this group ID, artifact ID, version, classifier, this dependency is specific to check-in PAPI. So you're going to take this out. So this will be specific to only check-in PAPI. This will not be referenced to multiple projects. This group ID, artifact ID, version. So this is the information you have added for importing your API specification, your check-in PAPI API specification. So you can take out these lines. Dependency related to check-in PAPI, you can remove that information. And repositories and plugin repository will be referenced in the multiple projects. You can leave them here. Okay, so this is what we did in the parent POM. So in the parent POM, it contains all the information which can be used in the multiple projects. Okay, so all good with the parent POM. Leave a green check mark, everyone. Then we're going to turn this child POM to refer to this parent POM. So if you're lagging behind, please let me know. I can repeat the steps for everyone. Okay, so
Shiva, please repeat this steps from quickly.
yeah, sure, no worries. So parent pom.xml file. So this is what we added over here. So group ID is com.mulesoft.training.any airline. Artifact ID solutions parent pom, version, packaging is pom, and name is solution parent pom. Then we went to the properties section. We removed the properties which are specific to check-in PAPI. So make sure in the properties section you have only this one. Okay, Mule Maven plugin version runtime. Then we went to the build section, and then we did a plugin management over here. All the plugins we wrapped into the plugin management. Like we are using the source plugin, clean plugin, Mule Maven plugin. It is wrapped in the plugin management. So we have provided list of the plugins under the plugin management. And after this is done, then we also wrap this dependency in the dependency management tag. So dependency management tag, we have wrapped all the dependencies, and we removed the dependency which is specific to the check-in PAPI project. We removed the dependency specific to the check-in PAPI project. Then we have repository, plugin repositories that will be referenced in the multiple project. Okay, so this is what we done in the parent POM. Now head over to the child POM, everyone. Head over to the child POM. Okay, so this child POM is identified with this asset, with these coordinates. So we are identifying this asset with these coordinates, and we are saying this child POM will refer to the parent POM. Okay, so we are following the Maven inheritance here. Your child POM will refer to the parent POM. In fact, in that department, whatever the APIs you are building, all the multiple projects will refer to this parent POM. Now we have to turn this child POM also to refer to this parent POM. Means we're going to add a parent tag over here. So just below this model version, add a parent tag, everyone. Parent tag. And inside the parent tag, you're going to specify this information. This group ID, artifact ID, version. So these are the coordinates for parent POM. So copy these coordinates, copy these 3 coordinates and paste it over here inside this parent tag, and format your code So we are saying this is the parent tag, means this child pom is referring to the parent pom.xml file. So this child pom is referring to this parent pom.xml file by adding this parent tag. So we need to add one more property here called as relative path. So just below the version, add this tag relative path. And this relative path, we're going to set it to dot slash parent hyphen pom.xml. So this relative path, this tag is only used for development. In real time scenario, if you, let's say if parent pom is published to exchange or any repository, then no need to specify this relative path. So this is just for development. We are using this relative path. Okay, in real time scenario, you're going to publish your parent pom to exchange. So in that scenario, no need of this relative path. Just we are for the development purpose in the studio, we are referring using this relative path. Okay, so no worries. I'm gonna send this entire parent tag in the chat window. Okay, so this parent pom will be published to the Maven repo. Okay, so no need to give this relative path. So then go to the child pom, just scroll down in the child pom. So these are the coordinates for your child pom. Okay, packaging is mule application and name is check-in papi. Now go to the properties section, everyone. Go to the properties section. So these are already there in the your parent pom. This source encoding, output encoding, app runtime, mule, maven plugin version. So this is already there in the parent pom. So this should come from the parent pom. So you can take out this, you can take this out, okay? These properties. Okay, so we're gonna remove this one. So now in your property section, you have only properties specific to the check-in papi. This is specific to your check-in papi. Okay, now go to the build section. All good with the properties? Then go to the build section. Scroll down to the build section. And this resources, test resources, this is gonna be reference in the multiple projects. So this should also come from parent pom. So you can take this out. Go to the build section and take this out. Resources, test resources. Now comes the plugin section. Under the build, we have plugin. Okay, so all the list of the plugins, we are doing a plugin management over here. So here we're going to say this is the plugin I want to use. This is the plugin I want to use. We're going to specify in the parent pom. Okay, so you can take out this configuration also. This is going to be also referenced in the multiple projects. So go to the Maven resource plugin. In the plugin section, go to the Maven resource plugin and you can take this also out. Okay, take out this. This is also referenced in the multiple project. And also you can comment this version tag because version should come from the parent pom or the pom.xml file. So over here means if you use the version, this version will be specific to child pom. So in the parent pom, we're going to specify the version so that the same Maven resource plugin can be used in the multiple projects. So you can just comment this version or you can take it out. Okay, so here we are doing like plugin management, list of the plugin management, and in that we are saying this is the plugin I want to use in this project. Now go to the next plugin. So next one is Maven Clean plugin. Here also you can comment out the version. So version should come from the BOM or parent BOM. Then go to the next plugin. This is Mule-Maven plugin. So here also you can comment the version. So if you comment the version, so it will come from the parent BOM. Then go to the dependency section, everyone. Go to the dependency section. So in the dependency section also, already we did a dependency management over here. So among this dependency, I'm saying I want to use this HTTP connected dependency. So you can comment out this version tag. And next one is socket. Socket also comment out the version. And then next is the dependency related to your check-in papi. Do not comment this version. Okay. So this is the version of your check-in papi. Please do not comment this out. So keep it as it is. Okay. No changes in the your API specification dependency. Then go to the API Kit plugin. Over here also you're going to comment the version. Okay, then go to the repository, and this repository it's already coming from the parent POM, so you can remove this one. Repository and plugin repository also you can take this out. Okay, so take this out and save the changes. Click on the save all button, everyone. Okay, so we have finished with the parent POM. So parent POM, this child POM gonna inherit everything from the parent. So we have added this parent tag on the top so that it will refer to this parent POM when you're building your project for all the plugins and dependencies. Okay, so now let's introduce BOM.xml file. So this BOM, as I told, BOM stands for Bill of Materials. Okay, so this BOM will be available at the org level. Okay, so it's going to be the primary source in your organization. And in the BOM.xml file, you're going to keep all the dependencies and the plugin version configuration information that can be used throughout the organization. So all the version related information and the plugin configuration information will come from the and it will be created at the organization level. And all these dependencies, version related configuration or the plugin related configuration, all will be approved by the architect, security architect in that organization. So it should come from the security department. So that org level configuration settings can be used in the various departments in that organization. Okay, so there can be multiple parent POMs for each department, and this multiple parent POM gonna refer to the BOM.xml file. So parent of this parent POM file is the BOM.xml file, where we're gonna keep all our dependency related stuff or configuration related stuff in the bill of material. Okay, so just merge this windows back over here. Come back to the original perspective, everyone, and come out of full screen. Okay, so this BOM.xml file is already provided to us in the student files. So let's copy from student files and we're going to paste it over here. Okay, so please everyone head out your student files. So we already downloaded the student files and we extracted it to the desktop yesterday morning. So go to the desktop. We extracted our student files over here. Open this up. Open your student files. And in the student files, go to walkthroughs. Navigate to the walkthroughs folder. And in the walkthroughs folder, you have to further navigate to part 1. Part 1. Module 2. Part 1. Module 2. And walk through 2-2 solution. And open up this BOM folder. And inside the BOM folder, you have pom.xml file. Okay, so go to your student files and you have to further navigate to walkthroughs, part 1, module 2, walkthrough 2-2 underscore solution. And then open up the BOM folder and rename this to BOM.xml file. Rename this to BOM.xml file. And copy this BOM.xml file. Copy this BOM.xml file and paste it in your project. So come back to the check-in Papi project and paste it over here. Control V, paste it. So paste your BOM.xml file in your check-in Papi project and open this BOM.xml file, everyone. And look at the BOM.xml file, what we got in this BOM.xml file. So after you paste it out, get it to full screen. So over here in the BOM.xml file, you will do the plugin management. Means you're going to define the plugins for entire organization. And you're going to define the list of dependencies over here and all the repositories, versioning of plugins, versioning of repositories, versioning of dependencies we're going to use in the entire organization. Okay, so on the top you have group ID. So we're going to change this group ID as well. Okay, using this group ID, artifact ID and version. So we're going to identify this BOM.xml file. Okay, then scroll down to the properties section. So these are the properties where we have defined all the version related configurations here, like for each and every plugin or dependency you are going to use, like Mule Maven plugin version, MUnit extension, JSON module version, MUnit version, DB connector, VM connector. So all the dependencies we are going to use in throughout that organization. So version should come from the BOM. Okay, so the student deployment, this is very important. We're going to use this when we are publishing our BOM or parent BOM to the exchange. So we use this student deployment ID. We're going to work on it in tomorrow's session. And then scroll down to the build section. In the build already doing the plugin management means you can go to the parent BOM, you can take out the plugin management from here. So plugin management will come from the BOM only. At the organization level, you're going to say these are the plugins we're going to use it in the entire organization. So all the plugins are available here. Then profiles. Profiles is also very important. So deploy to exchange means if you want to publish your asset to the exchange, we're going to use this ID. And this exchange.mule maven plugin version is used for deploying your asset to the exchange. Like if you want to deploy your parent BOM or if you want to publish your BOM file, this is the artifact we're going to use. This is the plugin, Maven plugin we are going to use. So we're going to work on this in tomorrow's class. Okay, in the profile section, and there are two goals over here for this plugin. Means first it's going to check if any compilations errors are there in your parent BOM and BOM, and then it's going to publish or it's going to deploy it to the exchange. So we're going to use this profile when you publish your asset to the exchange. Then we have plugin management, dependency management, all the dependencies, version. See, version is coming from the BOM. It is already defined on the top in the properties section. And then comes the repositories. Okay, so different repositories like this V3 student deployment, this we're going to use it when we publish our asset to the our exchange, our private exchange. Okay, then Mulesoft releases repo is there where you can connect to this repo to download the dependencies or plugins needed. The releases -EE, this contains, this particular repository contains the plugins related to your M-unit testing framework. So we're going to configure this one. So different kind of repositories are provided here. And distribution management, this is again, we're going to use it while publishing your asset to the exchange. Okay, so this is about your bomb.xml file. Now scroll to the top, everyone. Scroll to the top in the bomb.xml file and let's change this group ID. Okay, so before that, I'm going to split this windows, okay, side by side. Like your parent BOM is on the left side and bomb.xml on the right side. Please organize your tabs like this. Now go to the bomb.xml file and go to the group ID and let's change this group ID value to com.mulesoft.training.any airline. So it's already available here. So you can copy this group ID and paste it over here. Just replace this group ID with that value. So replace the group ID with that value. And artifact ID solutions-bomb and version is this one. And then just scroll down to the properties section, everyone. And there is a property here called as student deployment API org ID. Just try to locate this property and replace this also with the group ID. So we're going to make these changes later. No worries. Okay. Only one change here. Just ignore this step. Okay. Just one change here. We change the group ID value. Okay. So we change the group ID value with this value. Only one change with the bomb.xml. So save these changes. Save your bomb.xml file. Okay, so now we are saying this parent BOM, which will be created in the multiple departments. So this parent BOM will refer to this bomb.xml file. Okay, so parent is BOM. So we have to add a parent tag again over here so that it will refer to this bomb.xml file. Okay, so go to the model version. Just below this, add a parent tag. And inside the parent tag, you need this group ID, artifact ID. So group ID, artifact ID, let me copy and I'm going to paste it over here. And also version is down. Okay, and let me format this code. And also we need a relative path. Okay, let me copy from the child BOM. This is the one I needed. Okay, so let me copy this one and I'm going to paste it over here. Okay, so group ID is correct. This is the group ID of your BOM, artifact ID, version, relative path. Just change this to bomb.xml file. So no worries, I'm going to send this entire code in the chat. This whole thing, this whole parent tag, I'm passing it in the chat. So now your parent BOM will refer to the BOM. And we're going to identify the configurations which should come from the BOM.xml file. So we're going to take this out from the parent BOM and it will come from the BOM.xml file. Okay, so after this parent tag, so you have group ID, artifact ID, version. These are the coordinates for identifying your parent BOM. So go to the properties section. Go to the properties section. And in the properties section, all these properties are already defined over here. So if you go to the properties section in the BOM, so it is already having that Mule Maven plugin version. Okay, so this Mule Maven plugin version, this should come from the BOM. It should be available at the organization level so that multiple projects can use the same version. Okay, so you can take out all these properties. Okay, so take this out, everyone, because it's already there in the BOM.xml file. Okay, your properties section is empty. Okay, now go to the build section, scroll down a bit, go to the build section. So resources, test resources, this will be used for multiple projects. So we can leave them here. Then go to the plugin management. So this plugins also, this version can also come from the bomb.xml file. Okay, so you can keep it here or it should come from the bomb.xml file. So I'm going to comment this out. The plugin version, the parent bomb. Then go to the next plugin, comment this also, and also version for here. So for commenting, I'm using a shortcut here, Control Shift forward slash. Control Shift forward slash. Okay, to comment it out. That's a shortcut. Control Shift forward slash. Then go to the dependency management. Dependency management. And you can take out all the dependency management because already defined in the bomb.xml file. So take out this dependency management. Repositories are also defined. It should come from the bomb and plugin repository. So take out dependency management, plugin repositories and repository. Save all the changes. Save all the changes. Okay, so let's go forward and deploy our application. So let me come back to the original perspective. Okay, come out of the full screen. So click on the save all
Shubha,
button on the top. Yeah.
yeah, can you repeat from that plugin repository?
Yeah, plugins management. We are commenting out the version here. This one also. And the last one, version comment it out. And after the build section, remove everything.
Okay.
After the build section, remove repositories, dependencies and everything. And save all the changes, everyone. And let's go forward and deploy our applications. So run your check-in Papi project. So click on this play button on the top. And make sure your build is successful, your deployment is successful. And we're going to hit a request from ARC and just verify you got the response back. Okay, if your deployment is successful, go to the ARC. Okay, send a request to /check-in endpoint and just verify payment ID is returned as a response. And leave a green check mark everyone. Okay, so next topic we're going to discuss is how to build a Mule application or how to deploy Mule application to Cloud Hub using Maven build.
Shubha, for me, I can see the errors. I mean, project
Mhm.
pom.xml has problems.
Okay,
So,
hold on. I'll just watch your screen. I'm passing the control to you.
yeah,
Yeah, we can see your screen. Okay, this is your BOM, right?
yeah.
Let me look at your BOM group ID. Okay, BOM
Just a second. Let
parent
me.
Mulesoft. Yeah, that should not be commented. Okay, still it is showing an error. Okay, so your child POM is good now. Yeah, parent POM. Go to your parent POM and check if you have comment or relative path is there, right? This is your parent tag, relative path, group ID, parent POM. Okay. In the parent POM, you can take out all these properties. Okay. Go to line number 17.
Okay.
17. Yeah. 17, 18, 19, 20. Remove those lines. Okay. Now we have build. Okay. This is correct. Scroll down. Okay. This is correct. Scroll down. 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 Yeah. This is all good. Save the changes. Click on save all button. But still your parent POM, why it is showing an error. Hmm. Parent tag com.mulesoft.training. No, keep that properties tag because
Okay.
later we're gonna use it. Okay. Solutions hyphen bomb. Yeah, show me your bomb again. Okay. Bomb.mulesoft.training any airline. No issues. Hmm. Can you restart your studio? I think everything looks good.
Yeah.
But in problems, I think there are no issues. It is coming up in the problems, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
Just restart and let me know. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm taking the control back from you.
Okay.
Yeah, build is successful. Mine is failed actually. Okay, let me do it again. Releases hyphen EE is showing an error. Yeah, thank you, Rintesh. Bomb.xml. I have this repository. Not sure why it is showing an error. So is the build successful at your end, everyone? Leave a green check mark. Okay, Rintesh is good. If you have deployed your application successfully, leave a green check mark, everyone. Yeah, thanks for the check marks. So I'm redeploying my application, almost done. Okay. The deployment is successful. I'm hitting a request now. Okay, server error. Why server error? Okay, let me send it again. Yeah, payment ID is returned as a response. Okay, so that's end of the walkthrough. So now let's move on to
Hey,
the
Sudha,
next. Yeah,
I am facing an error. Would you mind taking a look?
yeah, sure. I'll pass the control to you. Yeah, we can see your screen.
So,
Yeah, I got the same error. Okay, failed to collect the dependencies. Read artifact. Okay, form dot snapshot or description. V3 deployment, student deployment. Unauthorized. Hmm. Okay. Student, go to your bomb.xml file, please. Did you comment out the version here? Yeah. Version is not. Did you remove that version?
this one?
Earlier?
No.
No, okay. Then why you got this error? Hold on. API.blue.
Version is anyways taken, right? If you see in the error, right? It is
No,
picking
no.
up the version.
Yes. 1.0.0.
So Shubha, you are connecting to which field? Version or what is this URL?
V3 student deployment. Yeah. So what is the studio version you are using, Satin?
7.5.
5. So V3 will not work for student. Use V2. Go to your bomb.xml file, please. Yeah, scroll down. Okay, so over here, wherever you see V3, you have to change it to V2. Okay, this is V2. Change this to V2. And down also in the URL, you see V2. Okay, go to the right side. Scroll to the right side. Okay, this is good. Now scroll up to the repository section. No. You went far ahead. Okay, scroll to the repositories. Down. Keep going down. Yeah, over here. Hold on. So this also change it to V2. And in the URL also change it to V2.
Here also?
Yes, change it to V2. V2. Okay. Save the changes. Try this one, Sayatan, okay?
Okay.
7.5, in any chance you can install the latest one? Because you're going to run into the issues. V2 is going to expire very soon, okay? So now we are supposed to use V3 student deployment with it by connecting to a private exchange, okay?
I would need a lot of mails to float, so I can't.
Okay, no worries, yeah. At least locally it is working fine, right? Yeah.
Yeah.
So try this
Thanks.
one. If V2 is working, then you can go
Okay.
forward. Otherwise,
Okay.
you have to watch my screen. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks for helping out.
Yeah, no worries. So deploying Mule applications with Maven. Hold on, there's some problem with my slideshow. Let me see. Start it again. So please go on mute, everyone. Some background noise is coming up. Thank you. Okay. So when you're deploying your application independent of Studio, right? We have to provide all the credentials to connect to our repositories like we are using Student Exchange. Okay, student deployment, V3 student deployment, we are using a releases-ee repo. So the credentials which are used for connecting to this repo, we're going to externalize it into a settings.xml file. Okay, so all the credentials, you have to externalize it into the setting.xml file so that you can connect to that repo to download the dependency. Okay, so all these credentials will be used by the Mule Maven plugin for deploying your application or for building your project. So I'll come to this slide again. So first what we're going to do here. So we'll start with the next walkthrough. So why we need the settings.xml file? We're going to understand this first now. Then we're going to introduce the setting.xml file. So come back to the studio everyone, and the pom.xml you can close it. Parent pom also you can close it. So go to your child pom. So in the child pom, in the dependency section, we understood these are the dependencies. So we are identifying that artifact using these coordinates. Okay, so if you go back to the local repo, I have already shown this in the yesterday's class. If you go back to the local repo, it will create a directory structure based on this group ID, artifact ID, and classifier. And when you are building this project in the studio, when you are building your application or when you are deploying your application in the studio, so we already passed our credentials, right, in the window preferences, Anypoint Studio, authentication. We already provided our platform credentials over here. This is my username and password. I have already provided the credentials. So using those credentials, let's see if any dependencies are missing. Let's see if this HTTP module dependency is missing. Then while building the project, then Studio will connect to the Anypoint platform, your repository, and it will download the dependencies, and all the missing dependencies will be added back to the project. Okay, so intentionally I'll go to the local repo now. So go to your local repo everyone, C drive users, your user profile, and M2 repository. Or you can pin this M2 repository for quick access, okay, next time. Okay, go to your M2 repository everyone, M2 repository, and over here I'm going to navigate to org mule connectors, org mule connectors. So navigate to this folder. Okay, so over here, intentionally we're going to delete this HTTP connector, mule-HTTP connector. So remove this entire folder. Means this dependency is missing. Mule-HTTP connector, delete this folder. Okay, so now come back to the studio and deploy your application. Stop the project and redeploy your application. Okay, so that dependency is missing. So now your Anypoint Studio will connect to the platform exchange and it will add the missing dependencies back to the local repo. Okay, in the local repo that dependency is missing. So it will connect to the exchange and it will add the missing dependencies back here. So after a while, you will come back and you'll see that dependency is added back and your project will be deployed successfully. And you can look at the console message. It is now trying to download the mule HTTP connector, which we deleted. So it is adding back to your local repo. Okay, so your Anypoint platform credentials are automatically handled for you inside the studio. And all the dependencies, missing dependencies will be added back to the local repo. So if you go back and check in the local repo, it's still not come up. Yeah, it is over here. Mule-HTTP connector. So this dependency is added back. So it is automatically taken care by the studio. And just wait till the deployment is successful.
Shubha, I have one doubt.
Yeah.
Like as you said, we have added our credentials initially in the studio, right?
Yes.
So by chance, if we don't add them, so then also it will add
No,
the deleted dependency from
no.
it.
Authentication information should be provided in the studio to connect
It
your
is.
platform. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. Got it. Thank
Okay, if your project is deployed, send a request from ARC and make sure payment ID is returned as a response. Green check mark, please, if that dependency is added back and you're hitting a request and payment ID is returned as a response. So if everything is working fine, please let me know. Leave a green check mark, everyone. Yeah, thank you, Rintesh. Thank you, Kirti. Okay, it's deployed successfully. Sending the request. Okay, so payment ID is returned as a response. So now come back to the studio, stop your project, everyone. Stop your project in the studio and head over to the local repository or M2 repository. Go to your M2 repository. So open up this repository folder and just try to locate the folder with your group ID, or with your org ID value. So delete this folder now. Go to your local repo, M2 repository and delete this group ID. Delete this folder. Okay, so now open up a new file explorer. Open up a new file explorer. Go to C drive, workspace folder. Go to your workspace folder. And this is the workspace which we created 20 June 2022. And in this workspace, go to check-in Papi project and start a command prompt window from this location. So shortcut is to type CMD over here, press enter, and it should open a command prompt window. Okay, so get your command prompt window and make sure you are in C drive workspace, your workspace name, check-in Papi project. And just do a dir here, just run this dir command. And over here you got your parent pom, bomb, pom file. So we have to execute our maven commands in the directory where you have your pom file. Because when you execute the maven command, maven deploy or maven package command, it will pass this pom.xml file, your child pom.xml file. So that is the basic element for your project. And this pom.xml file, it is referring to parent pom, and this parent pom is referring to bomb.xml file. Okay, so now we're going to execute a command mvn maven install command, maven clean install or maven clean verify command. You can execute any either of them. Okay, maven clean verify command. Hold on, let me check. Yeah, maven clean verify command. Go forward and run this command, everyone. And obviously it will throw an error now. Okay, so this is supposed to be failed and it will throw an error, would not resolve dependency for your check-in Papi project. Let me get this to full screen. Okay, it is throwing an error, could not resolve the dependency for check-in Papi project. Why it is not able to download the dependency? Because we are doing this Maven build independent of Studio and we have not provided our authentication information to connect your AnyPoint platform, like your username and password, the credentials to connect your Exchange and to download this dependency. So that's the reason it is throwing an error. So we have to pass these credentials in a separate, we're going to externalize these credentials in a setting.xml file. So we're going to install a setting.xml file which will have all the information to connect to that repositories now. And this settings.xml file, it is created under your local M2 repository. So go to your M2 repository now. So I believe everyone got this error. Green check mark, please. Green check mark if you got the same error. So we're going to resolve it in the next step. And Sayatan, is it working with V2? V2 deployment, student deployment?
Yeah, it is.
Okay. Okay, so if you see this error, let's create a setting.xml file, everyone. So go to your M2 repository and create a new text document, and let's call this as settings.xml file. Remove this .txt extension. Settings.xml. So .xml is the extension here. Okay, create a settings.xml file in your M2 repository and open this up. So let me open this up in the Notepad++. Okay, so over here we're gonna provide the credentials to connect your repository. Okay, so it starts with server tag here. Settings. So root element is settings. Okay, then we will have a end tag for settings. So inside the settings tag, we'll add the servers information. Okay, so add the servers tag, it's plural, and end tag for servers. And inside the server, we're gonna make the server entry, single server entry. Okay, server and end tag for server. No worries, I'm going to paste this in a moment in the chat. Okay, and this server will have a ID tag and end tag for ID, and it will have a username, and also let me add the end tag for username, and then password. Okay, so ID. So we are using AnyPoint Exchange v3 or v2, whichever you are using. So let me open up the bomb.xml file. So in the bomb.xml file, we are connecting to our repository, our exchange repo, the platform, AnyPoint platform, the trial account which we created, we are connecting to our private exchange. Okay, so private exchange repository information we already provided over here. AnyPoint-exchange-v3. If you are using v2, copy that. Okay, so copy this AnyPoint-exchange v3. No worries, I'm going to paste it in a moment and paste it over here in the setting.xml file. That is your ID. And username, you have to type your username, or we can use a connected app feature over here so that you can avoid giving your username and password for security reason. We don't want to expose our credentials, your platform, AnyPoint platform username and password over here. So instead of exposing those credentials for security purpose, we can hide those credentials by creating a connected app feature. So we're going to head over to the access management now, and we'll create a connected app feature. So which will pass your credentials on your behalf, and it will connect to the AnyPoint platform repository, this v3 repository, and it will add the down dependencies needed for your project, this dependency. Okay, so I'll show you how to create a connected app feature now. So I'm going to paste this. So this is incomplete, but I'm pasting in the chat. So we're going to come back and we'll specify username and password. Okay, so if you're using connected app feature here, then we use a tilde. Okay, let's come back and we'll paste it over here. Okay, so leave this over here now. Open up your platform, log into your AnyPoint platform, and open up access management component. Access management component. So we're going to create a connected app feature. Okay, let me log in with my credentials. So we already saved our credentials yesterday in this prod ready text document. Okay, so we can rely on this. So you can open up this prod ready. It is available in your C drive workspace folder. Okay, C drive workspace. Open this file and you will see your credentials. So log in with your credentials and open up the access management component over here. Access management. On the left side page, go to the connected app features. Connected app features. So I need a green check mark if you logged into the platform. If you have logged into the platform, if you have opened access management, then let's create a connected app feature, everyone. Okay, so over to this button, create app. Click on this button, create app button, click on it. and select the second radio button. App acts on its behalf. Okay, means it will generate client credentials. We can use these client credentials instead of your exposing your username and password. So for security reason, we can use these credentials and it will do the job connecting to your repository and it will download a dependency. And let's give a name here. So we're going to call this as Exchange Contributor. Exchange Contributor app. Okay, you can give any name here. I'm calling this as Exchange Contributor app and select the second radio button. And let's add the scope, means what kind of activity this application should do. So we're going to give some privileges for this application. So what are the privileges? It can connect to the Exchange repo and it can add the dependencies for you. So click on this add scopes, click on add scopes and search for Exchange, search for Exchange. And in the Exchange, we have these privileges. So we're going to give the Exchange contributor privilege and viewer privilege. Exchange contributor and viewer privilege. So toggle this button on and then click next. And business group, this is your parent business, sorry, master organization. So toggle this button on. Then click review. Okay. So we are giving these two privileges for this application. This Exchange contributor app is now having these two privileges. And then click save button. So once you click on save button, it will show an entry over here. And it has generated this client credentials, client ID and client secret. And using these credentials now, we're going to use these credentials in the setting.xml file, which will connect your Exchange v3 repo and it will add the dependency. So instead of exposing our credentials, so we created this application in the connected app. Okay. So now come back to the settings. So copy this client ID, or we'll come back and we'll copy it. So come back to the setting.xml file. Okay, so ID is correct. Exchange v3 is the ID. So username. So if you are using a connected app feature, so username is tilde, 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 3 tildes, and then client, and then 3 tildes. This is going to be our username. Okay, and password. So it start with your client ID, then tilde, question mark, tilde. Okay, so first I'm gonna add tilde, question mark, tilde, and just before this we're going to put the client ID, and after this tilde we're going to put our client secret. Tilde, question mark, tilde. No worries, I'm going to paste this entire thing in the chat window. Okay, so I have pasted in the chat, copy and paste it over here. It's going to be same for everyone. Now we're going to put our client ID in the beginning and client secret at the end in the password. Okay, so come back to the Exchange contributor app, copy this client ID, everyone. Copy this client ID and paste it in the settings.xml file over here in the beginning. Your password will start with your client ID. Client ID, then followed by tilde, question mark, tilde, and then followed by your client secret. Okay, so again come back to the access management, copy your client secret as well and paste it over here in the setting.xml file. Okay, so please be careful. This is your connected app. Okay, so by using this connected app, now when you're executing your maven command, maven clean verify command, right, then it will connect your v3. By using this connected app feature, it will connect to this v3 and it will download the dependencies. So save this setting.xml file, very important. Save your setting.xml file and then come back to the terminal, your command prompt window, execute the same command, and this time the build is successful. So if you are building your project independent of Studio, we are passing that credentials to connect your platform to download the dependencies, and we have used a connected app feature so that we don't want to expose our credentials to others. Okay.
Shubha, can you show again that username value in setting file?
I have pasted. Let me paste this whole thing. Okay. So just replace my client ID with your client ID and client secret with your client secret. Okay. Okay. If your deployment is successful, leave a green check mark everyone. Okay. So we're going to take our break now. So I'm going to start the timer for 20 minutes. Okay. So we'll take a 20 minutes break. We'll come back and we'll discuss the next topic. Okay. So if your build is successful, leave a green check mark. So mine is still going on. Yeah. Build is successful. So I'm going on mute. So if you need any help, please let me know. Okay. 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 So see you all after the break. I have started the timer. Okay. Third walkthrough. So please leave a green check mark if the build was successful. If your Maven build was successful, leave a green check mark everyone. Then we're going to discuss the next part of this walkthrough. Deploy to Cloud Hub using Mule Maven plugin. Okay, so let's run the Maven command to deploy our application to Cloud Hub. Okay, so look at this diagram, everyone. This is a relationship between your PALM files and Maven settings.xml file. Okay, so in the Maven settings.xml file, we have added a server entry, which is having ID, username, and password. And this ID, any point exchange v3, this ID is referenced in one of the PALM file, either in the BOM file or parent POM or child POM. So that's the relationship between your setting.xml file and with your project. Okay, so the ID, we provide ID over here, and this ID will be referenced in one of the POM files. Okay. Okay, now let's deploy our application to Cloud Hub using this Mule Maven plugin. So we're going to make some changes, configuration settings in the parent POM so that it will support for your deployment to the Cloud Hub. So best approach is to keep it in the BOM file only. Everything should come from the BOM, or unless and until if you are referencing it in the multiple projects specific to that department, then you're going to override it in the parent POM. Okay, it's up to the organization. Let's say they want to use this Nexus report throughout the organization, then keep it in the BOM. So ideal approach is to come from the BOM file only. Okay. Yeah. So now everyone head over to the studio. Head over to the studio and open up your parent pom.xml file. Okay, I can close this error main. Okay, open up your parent pom.xml file. Let's get this to full screen. Your parent pom, get this to full screen and go to the plugin section. And locate this plugin, Mule Maven plugin. So this is the plugin we are going to use now to deploy your application to Cloud Hub, independent of Studio. Okay, so locate this plugin, everyone. So we have commented out the version tag. So below this extension, we're gonna add some configuration setting. So these lines I'm gonna copy from manual and I'll share it with everyone in the chat. Okay. So go to your chat window, everyone. So I'm passing this configuration settings. for deploying to Cloud Hub in the chat window. Okay, so copy this information everyone and you're going to paste it over here below extensions tab. The Mule-Maven plugin below extension, paste that information and also please format your code. Okay, so this is the information we pasted. So it is having configuration tag and in that we are passing a Cloud Hub deployment tag. This is the end tag of Cloud Hub deployment. And inside that we specified server is Cloud Hub, environment, dev. As of now, I have hard coded this value. So going forward, we're going to externalize this as well. So we'll use a property placeholder and that should be passed while deploying your application. While deploying your application from the command line, you're going to say this is the environment I want to deploy. So we're going to externalize this property using the property placeholder later. So region US East to Mule version, worker type, objects to V2. If your application is using objects to V2, so it is enabled to, and application name. So come to the application name and replace my name with your name and with today's date. Okay, so we have deployed an application yesterday, right? You can use yesterday date so that it will override the existing application, or you can give today's date. Anything should be fine. Okay, so I'm passing the yesterday date here, your name followed by date, and this project.artifact ID means your check-in PAPI. Check -in -PAPI, that is your artifact ID. So we are concatenating your name with artifact ID and it will deploy the application using this application name. And in the properties, we are passing client ID and client secret. So these are the client credentials for your dev environment. So we have used org level credentials, right? Go to your production ready. So we are using org level credentials so that this will be applicable to all the environments. So this will work for dev, prod, test, and all the environments as well. So we're going to pass this as a command line argument so that this property placeholder will be replaced with that actual value we are passing while running this command. Okay, save these changes everyone. Save these changes. Now let's construct our Maven build command. So come back to your text document, production ready text document over here. I'm going to paste this command in the chat window. Okay, I have pasted in the chat everyone. So copy that command and paste it in your text document. And over here we are saying MVN Maven -d mule deploy command and the phase lifecycle phase is deploy. And we need to pass the client ID and client secret value. So just grab it from the top. Okay. So this is your client ID, paste it over here and client secret, paste it over here. Okay. So this is your command. We're going to execute this command. So we are passing these credentials, client ID and client secret to deploy your application to dev and the environment dev. As of now, we have hard coded over here. Okay. So here the server entry is Cloud Hub. Okay. So this ID should be added in your setting.xml file now, so that it will connect to the Cloud Hub. It will again use the same runtime manager component. It will connect to the Cloud Hub and your application will be deployed to Cloud Hub. So let's add the server entry now. So come back to your setting.xml file. Settings.xml file. So you can create a connected app feature. I have shown it in the last step, right? So I'm going to show you how to pass directly also. Okay. So copy the server entry. Copy the server entry and paste it below. Means we are adding one more entry here. And let me fix the indentation. And ID is Cloud Hub. Change the ID to Cloud Hub. Okay, username, you can directly pass your username or you can create a connected app feature, which I have shown in the last time. Okay, so this time I'm passing it directly. So paste your username. Okay, so let me copy it from the text document, paste it over here and your password. Okay, your username, your password, and ID is CloudHub. And save this setting.xml file, very important. Save your changes. Save your changes. Okay, I'm going to paste this in the chat, the server entry. Replace my credentials with your credentials. Okay. And now come back to the production ready document and copy this command. So let's run this command to deploy your application to dev environment now. So when you execute this deploy command, it's going to use this Mule Maven plugin and it will deploy your application to CloudHub by looking at this configuration information. So run this command over here in check-in Papi project. So come back to your command prompt window and paste that command and go forward and execute it. Okay, so meanwhile, you can open up your runtime manager component. So come back to your browser page and open up this runtime manager component in a new tab. So if you are using today's date, then it will add a new entry over here. And I'm using yesterday date. So there is an application which is already there with the same name. Okay, so this application with the same name already exists. So it's going to override the existing application. So it will redeploy the existing application. So if you are using today's date, then you will see a new entry over here. So the deployment have not yet started. Okay, so still going on. Okay, so when you run this Maven command, right, it basically look for the POM file. Okay, so that's the reason we're going to run this command in the check-in Papi project. Where you have to run this command where you got your pom.xml file. Okay, so Mule Maven plugin version 3.6.1. So this is coming from BOM. Okay, if you go back to your BOM and look for Mule Maven plugin version, it is 3.6.1. So everything should come from the BOM. Mule Maven plugin version 3.6.1 because in the parent POM we commented out the version and also in the child POM. So this is coming from the BOM. All the version related information we're going to keep it in the BOM which can be used by the entire organization. So it started deploying my artifact. Okay, so this is the name, application name I have provided. So application name also, as of now, we have hard coded it. So later we're gonna externalize this as a property placeholder. So it is creating an application. Maybe that application does not exist because J is uppercase, I think. Yeah, it will create a new entry, no worries for me.
Subha, can you bring up your form once more on the screen?
Parent form. Oh, I'm so sorry.
Yeah.
I messed up with the Windows folder. Yeah. So this is the configuration setting I have added.
Okay, fair enough.
So it started creating an application. So it's deploying your application to CloudHub now. So once the deployment is successful, we're going to hit a request from the exchange. I think I should see an entry now. Yeah, new entry. So this is the one which I have deployed yesterday. Okay, so new one is coming up. Status is deploying. So let's wait here till the status change to started. Okay, I'm going to delete this one. This is not needed anymore. You should see a new entry with the application name. And you can watch the logs also. If you want to troubleshoot any issues, you can go to the logs page. Okay, so worker is getting initialized. If this worker is online, we can send a request. So we have to pass this domain name in the API manager. Okay, so if you see this logs page, right, go to the dashboard, everyone. Go to the dashboard, copy this URL, and paste it in the API manager. So come back to your API manager, open up your check-in Papi instance. Okay, open up your check-in PAPI instance. And we have to paste it in the runtime and endpoint configuration section. So expand this section, and you're gonna override this implementation URL because it is changed now. Okay, so replace this part. Go to your APM manager, open up your check-in PAPI instance and scroll down at the bottom. Expand this section, runtime endpoint configuration, and in the implementation URL, replace till this .io, okay? .io slash. Okay, so select this one till .io slash, okay? And replace this. And the protocol is HTTPS. So change the protocol to HTTPS. This is your implementation URL for the application which we have just deployed, okay? Same thing, copy the whole thing and paste it in the consumer endpoint. And then save the changes. And go to the top and refresh the page to see the application name, your consumer endpoint, and also implementation URL. Just a second, let me check here. Okay, G is upper lowercase. Okay, so application is deployed successfully. Now we can send a request from Exchange. So go to the Exchange, everyone. Exchange browser page. Select your asset. Open this up. Okay, so I have to log in back to the platform Exchange. Okay, I'm good now. So open up your asset and hit a request to check-in endpoint, put method. And here you'll see dev v1 instance, and this is the application I have just deployed, and pass the PNR number and send a request. And just verify payment ID is returned as a response. Okay, so we deployed our application to Cloud Hub using Maven build, independent of Studio. And we are hitting that request to that application and just verify the payment ID is returned as a response. So please leave a green check mark if you have followed all these steps and you are good with the deployment, your Cloud Hub deployment. And that's the end of the walkthrough. I'm waiting for a few more check marks. Yeah, thank you, Pranali. So if it's still going on, give me a red cross every. Yeah, Rintesh, any issues is still going on? Okay. Okay, 3 check marks. Waiting for others. Kirti, Neha, are you doing hands-on with me? If you followed the concept, please let me know, okay? Okay, now let's move on to the next topic. How to configure a Mule application securely and flexibly for different runtime environments. So meaning here, we have to make changes to our check-in PAPI project in such a way that we can deploy to the multiple environments. Same jar file, same jar, you can deploy to the production, test, or dev environment. Means your check-in PAPI project should have support for that. Should have support for deploying to the different environment. As of now, we can deploy it only to the dev environment, right? So we hard coded this to dev. So this application cannot be deployed to the test or prod. So we have to make some changes over here, and it should be flexible enough so that you can deploy to the different environments. So when you deploy to different environments, then we have to create different property files, because each environment will have environment specific property files. Okay, so we're going to identify those values now, which are going to be specific for each environment. And those values we're going to externalize into a separate property file. So as of now, we have only properties.yaml file. This contain all the general properties, which can be used in the check-in PAPI project. But if you want to deploy the same jar to multiple environments, so we create dev properties, test properties, prod properties. And let's say if you're deploying to the dev environment, we'll use a environment switch variable, which will facilitate us to use that particular property file in that project. So meaning here your jar, your check-in copy, your jar file. Let me change the ink. Okay. So we are creating a check-in copy jar file. And in that jar, you're going to bundle all these property files, dev property file, prod property file, and test property files, which will have your environment specific properties. So everything going to be bundled along with this jar file. And this jar, let's say if you're deploying to dev environment to your cloud hub, then we'll pass a switch called as env equal to dev. So if the switch is env equal to dev, then this dev-properties.yaml file will be used by that application. So check-in Papi gonna read the properties from dev. If it is env equal to test, then the test-properties.yaml file will be used. And eventually if you're moving to the prod, then prod-properties.yaml file has to read the properties from this file. Okay, so by using this environment switch variable, we're gonna decide which property files to be used by that application. And we'll create a configuration property like this $env-properties.yaml file. Okay, so this $env will be replaced with the dev test or prod during the runtime. So if you set the env switch variable to dev, then $env will be replaced with the dev, and the property name file name is dev-properties.yaml, and this one is used. And if you pass the env equal to test, then this $env will be replaced with the test. Then the name of the file is test-properties.yaml, and this file will be used. Similarly for the prod. Okay, so we have to add this configuration property. So dynamically we are passing $env during the build. While deploying the application, you're going to pass this $env. And so that property file will be used by that jar file. So why we are creating multiple property files? Because you're going to have different values for each environment. So for dev, you're going to connect to dev database. Test, you're going to connect to test database. Prod, you're going to connect to prod database. And the digital certificates or the security file you're going to use will be different for each environment. So we're going to identify those properties and we're going to keep it in a separate file like dev, prod, and test properties. Okay, so I'll come back to this slide. Over here, we're going to talk about how you can securely pass the properties. Okay, so I'm skipping few of the slides at this point. Okay, we'll come back and we'll discuss this one. So I'm heading over to the next walkthrough. So over here, we're going to discuss the first part now. So how to configure a Mule application for different runtime environments. So meaning here we're going to create the Mule application. We're going to create the property files for this Mule application specific to dev, prod, and test environment now. Then we'll discuss the next things. Okay, so come back to the studio. Come back to the studio and go to your SRC main resources, everyone, the package explorer, and open up your properties.yaml file. So at this point, I'm going to close this BOM, parent BOM. Okay, so open up your properties.yaml file, and what we got here, these are the properties, general properties specific to your project. Okay, so it can be used within your project. Now we can identify which properties are relevant to each environment or which are environment specific properties like this TLS key store. So this is going to differ based on the environment you are deploying. And this ID, this is your auto discovery instance ID. So this is also going to change based on the environment you are deploying. So we're going to take out this ID, this TLS key store from this general properties, and we're going to move this information into a separate property file called as dev-properties.yaml file. Okay, so create a copy of this properties.yaml file. Do a right click, copy, and paste it in the same SRC main resources. And let's call this as dev-properties.yaml file. So we are creating a copy of properties.yaml file. So let's call this as dev-properties.yaml file. So I'm passing this in the chat. Please follow the same naming convention. Click OK. So open your dev-properties.yaml file onto the canvas. Okay, now come back to the properties.yaml file, and remove this ID. Okay, so take this out because this we're going to keep it in the dev. Remove this ID and also take out this tls.keystone. Okay, so take this out. Now go to the dev-properties.yaml file. Okay, in the dev, so we just want this ID. Okay, so remove this port, pager, version, spec, remove all this one. And TLS key store, this is specific to each environment. So leave this. Okay, in the dev-properties.yaml file, you got this one. And save all the changes. Okay. So we identified the properties which are going to be specific to each environment. So we move this into dev-properties.yaml file. So save all the changes. Click on the save all button. Okay, so this is what we got in the properties.yaml file. Now head over to the package explorer and create a copy of this dev-properties, one for test and one for prod. Okay, so do a right click over here, copy this one and paste it in the same src main resources folder, and let's call this as test-properties. Test-properties and click OK. Okay, let's create one more for the production environment. Okay, so go to the test-properties, everyone. Open this up. Before we create a copy, open this test-properties. Open this file and this ID. This is specific to dev environment. So remove this value. So pass a empty string at this point. So later we're going to create a test instance and that ID. We're going to create a API instance in the test environment in the API manager, and that will generate a unique ID, and we're going to pass it over here later. Okay, so test-properties.yaml file ID, set it to empty string, and look at the TLS key stores, the path. It should use its own certificate. So let's create a certificate to be used by the test environment. So this is the dev certificate. So go to your certs folder, everyone. Go to your certs folder, and under the certs we have a dev certificate. So make a copy of this one. Make a copy of this dev certificate. Save the changes which we did in the test. Okay, so this I'm gonna call it as check-in-papi-test .p12. .p12. Click OK. And let's create one more certificate for production. Okay, paste it again. Paste that. We already taken a copy of dev certificate, so paste it again and call this as prod. Click OK. Okay, so make sure in your certs folder now you have certificate for each environment, dev, test and prod, and .p12 is the extension. Okay, now go to your test-properties.yaml file, test-properties.yaml file, and over here in the path property, use test certificate. Okay, check-in-papi-test. Check-in-papi-test. Okay, save these changes. Now make a copy of this test-properties for production environment. Okay, so make a copy of test-properties. Do a right click, copy, and paste it in the same src main resources folder. Okay, call this as prod-properties.yaml file. Prod-properties.yaml file. So please be careful, don't make any typo here. Prod-properties.yaml file. Click OK. So open up this prod-properties.yaml file, and in the prod-properties.yaml file ID will be empty string. So we're gonna make changes to the ID later. And path, so we're going to use prod certificate here. So path, point it to the prod certificate. So replace this test with prod. Okay, so in the path, give the location to read the prod certificate. Save the changes. Save the changes. Okay, so now head over to the global.xml file on the top, or you can open this from the left side as well. Open your global.xml file and switch to the global elements view. In the global.xml file, switch to the global elements view, and let's create a global property. So we discussed about env switch variable, right? We're going to create a global property to pass this env switch variable now. So make sure you are in the global elements view in the global.xml file and click on create button. Click on create button and search for global. Okay, select this global property. Search for global and select this global property. And let's create a global property with name env. Value, as of now, I'm going to hard code it to dev. So later we're going to pass a property placeholder for this. Okay, env, set it to dev, click OK. Click OK. So at this point, this doesn't make any significance. Okay, later when you use a property placeholder, then this en based on the env switch variable, that particular property file will be used in that check-in PAPI project. So now switch to the configuration XML. Because we created dev properties, prod properties, test properties, right? We have to add a configuration element, or we have to create one more global element to use those property files. So we already added a configuration element to use properties.yaml file, this one. We created this global element to use properties.yaml file in this project. So similarly, we have to create one more configuration element to use this dev, test and prod. Okay, so switch to the XML view now. Global.xml, XML. Okay, so let me get this to full screen. Okay, so go to the configuration properties at the bottom of the file. So this configuration properties, so this is the global element we created to use the properties.yaml file. Okay, so this doc colon name. So we're going to change this to general properties. Okay, so change this doc name, means properties.yaml file. We're going to have the general properties. Okay, so let's call this as general properties. And doc ID, this is for metadata propagation, so not needed at this point. So you can remove this doc ID. Okay, so file is properties.yaml file. Okay, now make a copy of this, copy this line and paste it below. This configuration property, copy this line and just paste it below. So we are adding one more configuration property to use dev, test and prod properties file. So doc name, so this call it as environment properties, and the file name will be, we're going to use a dollar notation or $env switch variable hyphen properties.yaml file. And as I mentioned, this $env, this $env will be replaced during the runtime. So we're going to pass env equal to dev or test or prod. So let's say if you're passing env equal to dev, then $env will be replaced with the dev, and the name of the file will be dev hyphen properties.yaml file or test hyphen properties.yaml file. And already we created those files over here. So this is the global element to use this environment specific property file. So $env properties.yaml file. So I'm pasting this in the chat for everyone. Okay, so this $env. So we have created a global property here called as name equal to env. So let's put this on the first line. Okay. Okay, so for sanity reasons, you can copy this one and paste it on the top. So replacing doc ID, click no. Okay, so better approach to paste it on the top. Okay, so cut all these 3 lines, everyone. Cut all these 3 lines, and paste it on the top at line number 14 in my case. Okay, no need to generate the doc ID. Okay, so paste it on the top. Okay, so first one is global property where env equal to dev, and second one to use properties.yaml, and third one is to use the dev hyphen properties or test hyphen properties.yaml. So save all these changes. Okay, so remember we are hard coding this dev, so it's going to use only dev hyphen properties.yaml file at this point. It is not externalized. Okay, dev hyphen properties.yaml file. If you deploy this project, then dev hyphen properties.yaml file will be it's going to read the properties from dev hyphen properties.yaml file. Okay, so now let's go forward and run this project. So this $env, so this we're going to pass it in the while deploying your application. So we're going to pass it in the VM argument section. So this $env we have to pass it as a command line argument. So we're going to pass it in the VM argument. So we are passing this as a JVM argument when you deploy this application. So go to the top, run configurations, run configurations. So just make sure your deployment is stopped. Okay, so terminate if your application is running, then go to run configurations. Okay, so check-in PAPI is selected here, then switch to the argument section, and we're going to pass one more argument here. So go to the end of client secret and pass this argument on a new line, and the argument is -m -d env equal to dev. Okay, so I'm gonna pass this in the chat. Okay, click apply and please go forward and run your project. Deploy your application. Just make sure it is working fine locally in your AnyPoint Studio, because we have added multiple environment files here, and we are saying env equal to dev, then this file will be used in the Mule application. This $env will be replaced with the dev, and dev hyphen properties.yaml. The properties will be read from that file. Okay, so I need a green check mark if your deployment is successful. And also please hit a request from ARC and just make sure payment ID is returned as a response. And your Mule application, your check-in PAPI will register with the dev environment. It will register with this instance ID with the dev environment, because ID, this is taken from the dev-properties.yaml file. Your check-in PAPI is now linked with this instance. because it's going to read the properties from dev-properties.yaml file where we are passing the dev instance ID here. Your API ID is of your dev instance. Okay, so deployment is successful. I'm hitting a request and the payment ID returned as a response. So later we're going to check if this is working fine for test or prod. Okay, so at this point it is working fine for the dev. So this multiple property files we have created and it is working fine for dev environment. So later we're going to check for test and prod also. So now we'll go forward and we'll discuss the next topic here. How to encrypt the sensitive mule application configuration property. Okay, how to encrypt the sensitive properties which are used in your mule application. That's the next topic. So I'm waiting for the check marks. All good. Okay, 3 check marks. So waiting for a few more check marks. Rintesh, are you good? Neha, Kirti. Yeah, thank you, Samiran. Sangameshwar. Just check if it is working fine. Yeah, thank you, Rintesh. Locally, just check if it is working fine. Later, we're going to do the Maven build also. After we are done with the encryption, after we are done with encrypting sensitive properties, then we're going to deploy to the dev environment. And eventually, we'll deploy the same chart to test and prod. Okay, thank you for the check marks. Okay, so next topic, how to encrypt the properties. So I have skipped a few of the slides, right? Let me go back to that slide. This one. Okay, so when you deploy your application to dev and test, right, you can pass the information. You can pass the information in the dev and test in the clear text properties. In the properties can be visible to everyone. But coming to the production environment, when you deploy the application to production environment, we don't want to expose the sensitive information like credentials to connect your prod database, your user name information. Okay, so all this information in the production should be encrypted. Okay, so how to encrypt these properties? We're going to use a module here called as Mule Secure Configuration Property Extension module. To encrypt and decrypt those properties, we're going to add this support so that you can encrypt the sensitive information like database credentials, username, and password. Okay, so this module is not available in your studio. So we're going to import this module from Exchange and it will be added to our current project. So after you have added that project, that module to your current project, then we're going to create a global element called as Mule Secure Config or Secure Properties Config. We're going to create this global element. And in this global element, we're going to pass a encrypt key, your secure key, which is going to decrypt your sensitive information during the deployment. So meaning here, so you're going to create a separate file to store your encrypted properties. So if you go back to your dev, this is your dev properties file. And in the dev properties file API ID, this can be clearly visible to others. But coming to this TLS key store, this key password, we don't want to expose it to others. So we want to go for the encrypted values for key, password, and password. So in this properties dev-properties.yaml file, we're going to identify which properties can be sensitive information and to be encrypted, like key, password, and password. So we're going to take out this information and we'll put it in a separate file that is called as secure-dev-properties.yaml file. So first we're going to identify the sensitive information and we're going to move it into a separate file. And in that separate file, like this, we're going to create a separate file and in that we're going to pass the password and key password in the encrypted one. Okay, so we're going to determine the encrypted value for this mule 12345. This is the encrypted value. This is the encrypted value. We're going to put it in a separate file. And while deploying your project, you're going to create a global element called a secure property config, where you're going to pass the encryption key so that these values should be decrypted. While deploying your application, you have to decrypt this value so that it will use that security file in your project. If you're not decrypting this, then your mule application will throw an error. So to decrypt this property, we're going to create a global element over here. You'll pass the encryption key to decrypt those values during the deployment. Okay. Okay. So then we're gonna prefix secure colon colon. Okay, so I'll explain this later. Okay, so first let's create a separate property files to store your sensitive information. Okay, so come back to the studio, everyone. Come back to the studio and open up your dev-properties. Dev-properties. So we're going to take out this key password and password from here. We're going to move it into a separate file. Okay. So create a copy of dev-properties.yaml file, everyone. Create a copy and paste it in the same YAML, same resources folder, and call this as dev-secure folder. I just forget what should be the name. Yeah, dev-secure-properties.yaml file, which will contain the sensitive information. Dev-secure-properties.yaml file. I'm going to paste it in the chat. So please follow the same naming convention, everyone. Dev-secure-properties.yaml file. Click OK. Now please open up your dev-secure-properties.yaml file. Okay, so I'm going to keep this side by side. Your dev and dev secure. Okay, so go to your dev-properties. Dev-properties. And over here, we're going to keep ID. Leave this. And in the TLS key store, you're going to take out this key password and password. So this we're going to move it into the dev-secure. So take out these two properties, key password and password. Take this out. Okay, so this is what you got in the dev-properties. Now go to the dev-secure. Now go to the dev-secure. And over here, this is not needed. This is not your sensitive information. So you can take this out. So you'll have a root node here, tls.key-store, and this tie path alias. This is also not the sensitive information. So you can take this out. Only keep this key password and password over here. Just leave key password and password over here. And then save the changes. Save the changes. Okay, so your dev-secure-properties now contain the sensitive information which is used in your check-in PAPI project. And this key password mule12345, this properties, this should be in the encrypted value. Okay, so we're gonna get the encrypted form for this particular string. So we'll use a tool here to determine the encrypted value for this key password now. So we're gonna encrypt this value, these two values, using a tool called as secure properties tool. We're gonna download the tool now, which will allow us to encrypt these values. Okay, so I'm gonna paste a link. If you're all good till this point, then go forward and download this tool. So if you're lagging a bit behind, let me know, okay? So I'm pasting a link in the chat. Okay, so head over to this link, everyone. So paste it in a new browser page. Paste it in the new browser page. The link which I have shared in the chat, paste it on a new browser page. Press enter, it will download the tool. It is downloaded. Secure properties-tool.jar is downloaded. So go back to your downloads folder and you should have it. Okay, so head over to your downloads folder and we have downloaded this secure-properties-tool.jar. Okay, so copy or you can cut it. Cut this secure properties tool and then go back to your C drive. We're going to create a new folder over here in C drive. We're going to create a new folder and let's call this as props. Create a new folder called as props and open up this folder and paste that secure properties tool.jar file. secure-properties-tool.jar. So using this tool, we're going to encrypt the values now. And we will execute a command here to encrypt those values. java-cp command. Okay, so that's the command we're going to use to encrypt the values. Using this tool, we're going to encrypt the values, and this tool can encrypt the entire file. So we're going to pass that file in which the values need to be encrypted. Okay, so that file is this one, dev-secure-properties. So we're going to pass this dev-secure-properties now. And this key password and password will be encrypted. Okay, so before you copy this one, save the changes. Very important, save your dev-secure properties.yaml file. So then copy this file, copy this dev-secure-properties and paste it in the props folder over here. Props folder. Means using this tool, we want to encrypt the values in this file. Okay, so at this point, you're going to start a terminals. Start a command prompt window from this location, your C drive props location. Okay, so I'm going to paste the command in the chat for everyone. Okay, so copy this command everyone, java-cp command, and paste it over here. So what this command is doing, so we are going to execute java-cp command. So it's going to use this secure properties tool.jar. Using this tool, it's going to encrypt the properties. And while encrypting the properties, it is using a blowfish algorithm. Mode is CBC, and the key password or the encrypt key. Encrypt key is secure 12345. So using this key, it's going to encrypt the values now. And it will encrypt this file, dev-secure properties.yaml file. And after the encryption is done, it's going to move all the encrypted values to a separate file. temp.yaml file will be created in the same folder that will contain the encrypted values. So go forward and execute this command. So please run this command everyone. And if you come back to the props folder, you'll see the temp.yaml file is created. And open this up, and it should contain the encrypted values. So mule12345, the encrypted value is this one. So open up your temp.yaml. So no worries, I'm going to paste this in the chat for everyone. So copy your key password and password in the encrypted form and come back to the studio, and you're going to paste it over here. Replace it with your encrypted values. Okay, so paste it in the dev-secure-properties.yaml file. Save all the changes. Save all the changes. Okay. So now head over to the SRC main resources. So this is the sensitive information for dev. So we're going to create the secure property files for test and prod as well. So create a copy of this one. So create a copy of this dev-secure-properties.yaml file and paste it to the same location and call this as test-secure-properties. Test-secure-properties.yaml file and then click OK. Okay, so open up your test-properties. So it is having the key password and password in the encrypted. We are providing the encrypted values for key password and password. So similarly, we're going to create a copy for production. So copy and paste it in the same SRC main resources folder and call this as prod. Click OK. Okay, so open up your prod-secure-properties.yaml file and just check if you got everything. Key password and password with encrypted values. Okay, so now in your Mule application, your check-in Papi project, you are passing this encrypted value. So when you are deploying this application, you have to provide this key. The key is secure12345 is the key. So you have to provide this key while deploying this application so that it will decrypt these values. And then your application deployment will be successful. So now we have to add a support to pass this secure 12345 key to decrypt this values. Okay. So for this thing, we're gonna use the Mule Secure Configuration Property Extension module. So you're gonna add that support so that it can decrypt these values during the runtime. Okay, so now open up api.xml file. So let me close few of them. Okay. Open api.xml file. Go to the Mule palette, everyone. Mule palette, and let's add that module, Mule Secure Configuration Property Extension module to the current project. And this is available in the Exchange. So select the first option, the Mule palette, search in Exchange. So go to the Mule palette and on the right side and select the first one, search in Exchange. And it will open this dialog box where make sure your username is selected over here and search for Mule Secure configuration, Mule Secure configuration. Okay. Mule Secure. Okay, so first one in the results. Okay, Mule Secure configuration property extension. Okay, let's add this to our current project. Okay, click on the add button. Click on the
Shubha,
add
can you
button.
repeat the steps?
Yeah, sure. Let me click finish. I'll repeat the steps for you. So everyone click finish button. So now this module is added to your current project. Okay, so go to this Mule palette. Okay, Mule palette, select the first option, search in Exchange. Click on the first option. Do you see this dialog box?
Yes.
And over here, you're going to search for Mule Secure configuration and add it to the selected modules. Click finish. Mule Secure configuration, add it to the right side and click finish. Okay, so I have already added, so I'm clicking cancel. And this secure properties, so this Mule Secure configuration property extension, so it is having no operations. Okay, so we have just added the support to decrypt the values during the runtime, no operations. So when you add a module or a connector to the current project, so it will make an entry in the pom.xml file. So open up your child pom, everyone. Open up your child pom to see this dependency entry. Okay. Open up your child pom. Open up your child pom. Just hover on it. It will show you which file you have opened. Check in papi pom.xml file. Now scroll to the dependency section and just observe the new dependency is added just now. Group ID is this one and the artifact ID is Mule Secure Configuration Property Model. And the version tag. So this version tag, at this point, we're going to comment this out because this version should come from the bomb.xml. Okay, so all the versions are commented here because this all versions should come from the bomb.xml file. So comment out this version. Control Shift /. Okay, so select this one and press enter, Control Shift / to comment it out. So save the changes now. Save the changes. Okay, so now let me go back to the API. So we added this module to decrypt the values, right? So we're going to create a global element now. We'll create a global element to decrypt the values. So global element is of type this one, secure properties. Okay, so open up your global.xml file, global.xml file, and switch to the global elements view. Okay, let me get this to full screen. Okay, so come back to your global.xml file, switch to the global elements view. Okay, then create a global element and search for secure properties config. So we have already added this module to the current project, and we are creating a global element of this type, secure properties config. So search for secure properties config. So select this one, select this entry. And over here, we're going to specify the encryption key so that it can decrypt your value. So file, first let me change the name. Okay, so we have to follow the camel case notation here. Okay, secure env props config. So let's call this as secure env props config. So I'm passing this in the chat. And the file, so which file it has to read? It has to read this prod-secure, or it has to read test-secure or dev-secure. And in this file, we have encrypted values. So those values has to be decrypted. So file name, it will have a dollar notation now. Dollar in the curly braces env. And this dollar env will be replaced at the runtime hyphen properties dot YAML. Means this dollar $n will be replaced with a test hyphen secure. Okay, I missed a secure here. Secure hyphen properties. Dollar $env hyphen secure hyphen properties dot YAML. Means it's gonna decrypt test secure or prod secure or dev secure. So let me copy this one. I'll pass this in the chat. And key. What is a key? We're going to use a property placeholder here instead of hard coding. We can hard code it to mule12345. Sorry, what is the password we used? It's secure12345, right? So this is the password we are using to encrypt the value. So we use this key to encrypt that value. So we're going to use the same key to decrypt the values. So you can pass directly over here secure12345, or we can use a property placeholder. So instead of hard coding this, what I'm going to do here, I'll use a property placeholder. So dollar in the curly brace, encrypt dot key. Encrypt dot key. And where we're going to pass this? While running your project, when you're deploying your application, you'll pass the encrypt dot key, which will be replaced with the actual value. Dollar in the curly brace, encrypt dot key. So by passing this key, so encrypt dot key gonna have the value secure 12345, and using that key, it's gonna decrypt the values present in this file, in your secure properties dot YAML file. Okay, so now go to the algorithm. Algorithm is blowfish. Okay, so we used the same algorithm here, right? Blowfish algorithm. So algorithm is blowfish. Okay, so give the same name. Mode is CBC only, and then click OK. Click on OK button. Yeah, blowfish is the algorithm and mode is CBC. Okay. My studio is not responding. Okay. So we created this global element secure env props config to decrypt the values which we specified in this secure-properties.yaml file. Okay, now switch to the XML view. Save these changes, save all the changes and switch to the XML view. Switch to the XML view and locate that property, the secure properties env config. So cut this line and you're going to paste it on the top. Okay, so let's move this code to the top. So cut these 3 lines and paste it over here. No need to generate the doc ID. Save the changes. Okay, so then let me go back to that slide which I have skipped, right? This one. And after we moved all the encrypted values to separate file, and we are passing the encrypted values in that file, and we added the support to decrypt the values during the runtime. Then we have to add this prefix, secure : prefix in your global.xml file to differentiate your plain text properties with the encrypted text. So meaning here, so let me go back to the global.xml file. So in the global.xml file, so this TLS key store, this is a plain text value. This is also plain text value. But coming to this key password, this is the encrypted value we are using, and for password also we are using encrypted value. And other than this two, all are plain text value. So now to differentiate with the plain text value and with the encrypted values, we're going to use this prefix now. We're going to use this prefix, secure : prefix. So for key password, so key password, you're going to add that prefix, secure : and for also password. So to differentiate from other plain text property with the encrypted values. So providing this prefix is mandatory for all the properties so that you can differentiate between the plain text property and the encrypted values. Okay, so let's add this prefix now. So come back to the global and go to your TLS context. Go to your TLS context and the TLS key store and go to the end of TLS key store. So this password, key password and password, which this has to be differentiated from the other plain text property. So I'm gonna add a prefix over here, secure : prefix. Okay, so add it over here just below, before this TLS. Okay, secure : secure : and also add it for the password, secure : only these two we are having encrypted values, so we have added this prefix, secure : so now save the changes and let's run this project. And while running the project, remember we have to pass the encrypt.key value, right? This encrypt.key value you have to pass it while deploying your application, so that using that key it's gonna decrypt this key password and then your application will be successfully deployed. So let's pass this encrypt.key value in the VM argument section. Okay, so go to the run. Okay, let me come out of the full screen and stop your project if it is already running. Stop your project, save all the changes, stop your project, save all the changes. Now go to the run configurations, and chicken puppy is selected over here. So switch to the argument section and let's add the VM argument to pass the encrypt.key. Okay, so -m -d encrypt.key equal to, so value is, this is the value we have used for encryption, secure 1 2 3 4 5, and we're going to use the same value for the decryption. Okay, so value here is secure 1 2 3 4 5. Okay, so when you pass it as a command line argument, so in the global.xml file, the encrypt.key will be replaced with this value, and using this encryption key, it will decrypt the values. Okay, click apply and then go forward and run your project. Okay, so first we're going to make sure it is working fine locally, and then we're going to deploy this application to dev environment. Okay, so if your deployment is successful, please send a request from ARC or Postman and just verify the payment ID is returned as a response. Means all the encrypted values we are using here will be decrypted. We have already passed that encryption key to decrypt these values, and your project should be successfully deployed. And just verify hitting the request. Payment ID is returned as a response. Okay, so this is the lengthy walkthrough. So let me open up the slide. Okay, so next we're going to discuss how to hide the sensitive mule application properties. Okay, so deployment is successful. I'm sending the request now. Okay. Okay, payment ID is returned as a response. So everything is working fine at my end. So please check it and leave a green check mark if you're good till this point, everyone. Then we're going to discuss the next topic. Payment ID returned as a response. And also we can perform a Maven build at this point, okay? Okay, if you're all good locally, then go to your terminal, your command prompt window. So other terminal, you can close this one, okay? Not needed anymore, you can close this terminal. Okay, so go to your command prompt window, your check-in PAPI. Okay, so over here, we're gonna execute the same command, but we're gonna pass the encrypt key also. Okay, if you're not passing the encrypt key, then the deployment will fail. Okay, let's pass the encryption key here, -d encrypt dot key equal to secure 1 2 3 4 5. Okay, so pass this switch -d encrypt dot key. Pass this switch. I'm going to paste it in the chat for everyone. And let's deploy and let's see if it is working fine for the dev also, dev environment. So it's going to deploy your application to Cloud Hub. Okay. Let me run this command. So we added this switch at the end, -d encrypt dot key equal to secure 1 2 3 4 5. Okay, so deployment has just started. It is deploying my artifact with the same name. Okay, so let me go back to the runtime manager. Okay, so application already exists with the same name, so it is redeploying to the same application. Okay. Okay, you can watch the logs also. Okay, so new worker is getting initialized now. Okay, let's wait the deployment is successful. Then we're going to work on the next topic. Okay, if this is already done, leave a green check mark everyone. So go to the exchange. If your deployment is already successful, go to your exchange, refresh this page. If your deployment is successful, head over to the exchange, refresh this page and hit the dev instance over here. Hit the dev instance, okay? Set the PNR number and hit the dev instance. And payment ID will be returned as a response. Means all the encrypted values we have passed will be decrypted and your deployment is successful and you should be able to return the payment ID, okay? Payment ID returned as a response. Okay, so if this worker is online, you can go to exchange and hit the request, okay? Even though this is still spinning over here, your deployment is still going on. If this worker is coming online, then go to your exchange and hit the request. Oh, I got an error. Let me check. Encrypt.key. I did a mistake over here. Encrypt.key property not found. Let me check my command. -d. Did I make any typo here? -d encrypt dot key. Okay, I think we have to pass the env variable also. -d env variable. I'm sorry guys, let me stop this deployment. So I'm doing Control C. Stop the deployment, execute the same command, and also we're going to pass the one more switch here, -d env equal to dev. Hold on, I'm checking something. Arguments. I think I'm passing the same thing. Okay, let me check it again. So just append encrypt.key and also -d env equal to dev. This is my command, okay? So let me execute this. -d env equal to dev. I'm so sorry, I did not copy it properly. So this command we have to pass it in the same line, okay? That was the issue. So pass this entire command in the same line. Okay, so I have redeployed my application now. I have passed this to switch -d encrypt.key and -d env equal to dev. I'm redeploying my application. Okay, so new deployment just started. What is wrong here? Encrypt.key, it was working locally fine. Global. Is this working at your end, everyone? Same exception I got, but I think everything is correct. Why it is not reading this property? Okay, now it
Maybe we
started.
need.
Yeah, it
Okay.
started now. New deployment started at 12:08. Sorry, I was checking the old one. Sorry, I was checking the old logs. Okay. Same error.
Shubha, what I'm thinking, we need to
Uh-huh.
pass that value in as a global property, encrypt.t key and then value.
No, we're gonna pass it in the secure properties config only.
Can you go to your application, Shubha?
Yeah, application
Um,
global. This is the support we have added, right? We got everything correct here. Use this one
where are you
encrypted.key.
initiating encrypt.key?
Sorry.
Encrypt.key, where are you initiating it?
So this we're gonna pass it in the command line argument.
Okay, have you passed it? Can you go to settings? in the cloud hub to see if it is reflecting.
Yeah, you can check it over there, settings.
It's not passed, yeah.
Yeah, but I have passed it as a command line argument, right? Okay, let me add it over here directly.
Yeah, I did here.
Encrypted.key secure 1 2 3 4 5. Apply changes. And I have to pass env also, right? Why it is not reading both the properties env dev?
Correct.
Restart. I think some problem while
You
passing
can.
the command
You
argument, I
have to
guess.
click on apply, isn't it? In the
Yeah,
box.
apply changes. Yeah,
Yeah,
I
that will.
did. Yeah. Okay, let's try this one. So there is some problem, I guess. It was not taking when we are passing to command line. Okay, I'm going to observe in the logs. But why it is not taking when I'm passing command line? So earlier it used to work encrypt -d encrypt.key -dn. Okay, I think we have to set this. Yeah, this is not supposed to work, and now I got it, and I'm so sorry, guys. So we have to pass this encrypt key in the parent POM. Okay, so we're gonna leave this at this point. Okay, yeah. So it is working locally at this point. Okay, so we're gonna later check on if it is working in the cloud hub also. Obviously, this is gonna fail, and this deployment will fail. Oh, it is working. Let me check in the checking Papi. Okay, yeah. Yeah, after passing in the properties section, so I have passed these properties in the settings. So it is working now. But we have to check, we have to pass it through the command line argument only. So we have to make some changes in the parent POM to pass it as a command line argument, and it should work as well. Okay. Okay, so the next topic, height sensitive mule applications. So I'm going to discuss this at the end. Okay, so now let's deploy our application to multiple environments. So this is working fine for dev environment. So we're going to make some changes in the parent POM so that you can deploy the same job to test as well as production environment. Okay, so come back to your parent POM. Parent POM. So if your deployment is not successful, just you can leave it. Okay. So later it's going to be fixed. So we're going to fix it in the next step now. Okay, so come back to your parent pom.xml file, everyone. So now we're going to make changes over here so that you can deploy the same mule application to different environments. Okay, so go to the top in your parent pom file, go to the top and go to the properties section, and we'll add some properties over here to support for the multiple environments. So I'm going to paste these properties in the chat window for everyone. I think somebody is not on mute. Please stay on mute, everyone. Thank you. Okay, so go to the properties section and paste these properties over there. So it starts with deployment tag, okay? Deployment.env tag. So copy all those lines which starts with deployment.env tag in the chat window, and you're going to paste it over here. And also format your code. So we added these properties. Deployment.env, deployment.prefix, suffix, name, and ap.environment. So this deployment.env, this will be set while passing at the command line, okay? So in the command line, I'm gonna add a switch now. Okay, let me put this in the text document. So this is the command we are executing, right? So over here, so instead of env, we're gonna pass a property during the command line, that is d environment dot env, and this we're gonna set it to that, for example. So we are passing it as a command line argument, and when you deploy this application, then in your parent POM file, this value will be replaced with a dev or test or prod. So all these properties you're going to pass it at the command line and it will be replaced here. So then we are creating one more property, deployment.prefix, that will start with your application name. So you come back to your prefix property, everyone, and this you're going to replace with your name and today's.rstdtails, whichever you are using, okay? Okay, so this is your application name. You are storing in the prefix and it is appended by hyphen. And then we are creating one more property, deployment.suffix, that is hyphen your environment variable, that is dev or prod. And then we are creating deployment.name, which will have your prefix first, followed by your artifact ID, and then followed by your suffix. So your application name is like this. It starts with your name, today's date, and then hyphen check-in puppy, hyphen your environment name. Okay, so this is going to be your application name. It start with your name, today's date, and artifact ID is check-in puppy, and then followed with your environment. So in the deployment.name, we have the application name. So we're going to use this deployment.name at the bottom in the parent POM file in the cloud of deployment type. And this ap.environment, we are creating one more property, ap.environment, which is initialized to your dev environment. So deployment.env, we're going to pass it as dev. Okay, so we are initializing these properties on the top, and we can use these properties at the cloud of deployment tag. So go to your cloud of deployment tag, everyone. Okay, so first server is good, environment. So we have to remove these hard coded values, and already we are passing a switch dollar in the curly brace deployment.env. Okay, so replace the environment with a property placeholder, and already we initialized it on the top, and it is set to either dev, test, or prod. Deployment.env. So I'm going to pass this in the chat. Okay, region is correct, mule version. Then go to the application name. Application name, remove this hard coded values. And in the top, we already created an application name, right? This one. Let me show it. Let me show this. Okay, so that is your deployment.name, which is already having your application name. It starts with your name, today's date, artifact ID, and the environment. So we're going to use this deployment.name for application name. Okay, so go to your application name property at the bottom and remove this value and replace this with dollar in the curly brace deployment.name. So deployment.name is nothing but your initials, your name, today's date, check-in puppy -dep. Okay, now go to the properties text section And over here, so we are passing this encrypt key. So last time we did not take it because we have to initialize that encrypt key in the parent pub. Okay, so that's the reason the build was not successful. Okay, so go to your properties section. And over here, we're gonna pass two properties. One is your encrypt.key and another is your environment. Okay, so let me paste this in the chat for everyone. So copy these two lines and you're gonna paste it over here. And also fix your indentation. So we added these two properties. So env, we are creating a property called as env, and in that we're gonna store the deployment.env, that is dev prod.test, and also encrypt.key. We are creating a property encrypt.key, which is whatever you are passing through the command line. Now this encrypt.key we are using in the global. So last time we missed this configuration. So that's the reason it did not work. Okay, now save the changes and stop this project. Okay, so come back to the command prompt window and let's first deploy to the dev. So because we have removed that hard-coded value rate earlier, the environment was hard-coded. Now we are passing it dynamically. You're going to pass it as a command line argument. Okay, so come back to your command prompt window and we're going to execute the same command. Okay, -d encrypt.key, and instead of this env, we're going to say this environment dot env, sorry, deployment. Hold on, let me copy from the first. I'm going to make it construct it over here. Okay, this is what we're going to paste it. So make sure you're passing this entire command in the single line. Okay, so your maven mule deploy command, this is your client id, client secret, and we are passing the encrypt.key and also -d deployment.env. So let me copy this one and let me run this command now. -d deployment.env. So I can share this in the chat. Okay, so I'm going to share only this two switch. Okay, -d encrypt.key and -d deployment.env. Everything going to be same for you. This is already you have. Okay, so just append these two switch. One is encrypt.key and another is deployment.env. Okay, so first we're going to deploy to the dev environment, and if this is working fine, then we should deploy this same jar to test and prod also. Okay, let's take a lunch break now. So we'll come back and we'll check the status of this application. So it's 12:30 already. So I'm starting the timer. So let's take a break for 1 hour. Okay, so no worries, your deployment is still going on. So we're going to come back and we'll check the status. Okay, it's lunch break, everyone. Okay, so if you need any help, please let me know with the walkthroughs which we covered so far in today's session. Okay, so if you're all good, then please leave a coffee mug icon and then we're going to continue after the break is done. Okay, so I'm going on mute, so we're going to continue after the break is done. Thank you. Okay, deployment is successful. Let me send a request. So payment ID is returned as a response. Okay, so this is working fine locally. Green check mark, please. And also we're going to perform the Maven build. So come back to the terminal, everyone. Come back to your command prompt window. So execute the same command, but change the env variable here. Deployment.env variable, set it to test environment. So change this switch -d deployment.env equal to test, and then go forward and execute this command. And please come back to the studio and stop this project. Stop the project in studio and then execute this command. Okay, so if your deployment is successful locally, then execute this Maven build command and also open up your runtime manager to check the logs. So go to the main menu. Go to your runtime manager browser page. And switch to the dev environment in the runtime manager. Switch to the test environment, I'm sorry. So from dev, you're going to switch to test environment. And you should see an entry in the test after a while. So once the deployment started, you will see an entry in the test environment in the runtime manager. Okay, so it started deploying my artifact with my name, today's, yesterday's date, check-in papi-test. So this is the application name it is creating. Hopefully I should see an entry over here. Still not coming up. Okay, so mine is taking a while. Your deployment is successful. Please leave a green check mark. Just check both of them. Okay, so it should work fine locally, and also we have deployed to Cloud Hub using this Mule Maven plugin. I don't see the entry also here. Maybe it's taking a while. Yeah, now I can see the entry. So we deploy to the test environment. So you can watch the logs. So open up your logs page, and we're going to wait till this worker is online. So if this worker is already online, go to the API manager. Okay. Sorry, come back to the runtime manager. And if you see that entry, go to the dashboard. Go to the dashboard. Okay, I'm so sorry. Hold on. Let me go back to the applications. Okay, so click anywhere on this row and copy this app URL. Copy this app URL. Copy this app URL, everyone. Just click anywhere on the row. It will give you the information on the right side and copy this app URL. Copy this app URL. Now head over to the API manager. API manager. And this is the test instance we created. So scroll down a bit to runtime and endpoint configuration. Expand this section. Runtime and endpoint configuration and paste it in the implementation URL. Okay, so we're gonna paste. We're gonna replace this value. We're gonna replace this value with your implementation URL. So that is check-in papi -test. Check-in papi -test. Okay, so now copy this one and paste it in the consumer endpoint as well. Okay, so check-in papi -test. Make sure you see this test over here. And then save the changes. Now this instance gonna show up in the exchange. Okay, so refresh the page. If you see dev over here, so refresh the page and it should point to the test implementation URL. Okay, not dev. Okay, so now it is pointing to the test, check-in papi -test. And this consumer endpoint gonna show up in the exchange. So we're gonna hit the request to the consumer endpoint, which will forward the request to your implementation URL. Okay, so let me check in the logs. Yeah, application is deployed successfully. Let me go to the exchange browser page. So refresh this page, everyone. Refresh this exchange browser page. You are in the check-in papi API portal page. So refresh the API portal page of just check-in papi. And now head over to the marking service and you should see this test v1 instance available as a choice now. So we are hitting test v1 instance now. So select this test v1 instance. Okay, so just look at the consumer endpoint. Make sure you see this check-in papi -test over here. Means you are hitting the test instance consumer endpoint and PRR number ABC1234 and try sending the request and just verify payment ID is returned as a response. Okay, so it is working both in locally and also we have deployed this application to Cloud Hub using Maven build. Okay, so I need a green check mark. If you are good with this last part of the walkthrough. Okay, so one more topic left here. Hide sensitive mule application configuration properties in the runtime manager. Oh, I'm sorry. I have to migrate this to production as well, right? We're going to repeat the same steps for the production. So we are good with the dev and test. Let's migrate this instance to production and we're going to verify if this is working fine for the production as well. Okay, so we are good with the dev and test. Now come back to the API manager, everyone. Come back to the API manager and switch to the prod environment. Switch to the prod. Yeah, thanks for the check marks. So in the API manager, make sure you are in the prod environment, add API. Click on this button on the top, add API, promote API from environment. Promote API from environment. Okay, source environment, you can choose anyone, dev or test. So let me choose test. So we are migrating the test instance to the prod environment. Okay, source environment is test and search for API. API name is check in and select it from the drop down. And API version is v1 instance and then click promote. Okay, so we created a prod API instance now and the ID is unique. ID is uniquely generated here. So let's copy this ID, everyone, and paste it in the prod-properties.yaml file. So copy this API instance ID and now come back to the prod-properties.yaml file. Open up this file and paste it in the ID property. Okay, so replace this blank string with your actual value. I'm so sorry. paste the ID over here. Okay, now save the changes. Very important, save your changes. And let's check this locally, okay? So go to the run configurations, okay, argument section, and change the env to prod. Okay, so now your chicken puppy project will be deployed, and this mule application will link with the prod instance ID. Okay, so apply and then run. So first we're going to check if it is working fine locally. So we are deploying our application, which will be linked with the prod instance ID now. Okay, so if your application is already deployed, please send a request from ARC and verify you get a response. Okay. So waiting here for the deployment to finish. Okay, deployment is successful. Okay, so payment ID is returned as a response. And come back to the API manager, and your status will change from unregistered to active. It's still not reflected here, so we can come back after a while and check the status. Okay, so green check mark. If your build is successful, deployment is successful, and you got the payment ID returned as a response. So just let me know if it is working fine locally. Then head over to the command prompt window. We'll deploy the same jar and change this deployment.env to prod. Okay, change the environment to prod. And then go forward, run this command, everyone. Okay, so locally it is working fine. Then we're going to perform this May1 build. We are deploying our application to Cloud Hub, to the production environment. Okay, so started deploying the artifact, and the name of the artifact is starts with your name, date, check-in papi -prod. Check-in papi -prod. So it's creating the application now. And also please log in to the runtime manager to the production environment. So come back to your runtime manager, switch from test to production. Switch environment to prod. So it started the deployment. Hopefully I should see an entry. So it is not coming up. Okay, it's still not showing up. So we're going to wait a while. So go to the runtime manager, switch to the production environment. Yeah, now I can see the entry. So status is undeployed. So it's still going on. So just click anywhere on this row. If you see this entry, click on the row and copy this app URL again. Copy this app URL. Copy this app URL. Now come back to the API manager. I'm going to paste it the implementation URL at the bottom. Okay, scroll down in the API manager. Make sure you are in the production environment. Scroll down to the runtime and endpoint configuration. Expand this section and replace this part in the implementation URI. You're going to replace this with the prod implementation URL. Okay, so it start with your name, date, check-in papi -prod. So make sure you see -prod over here and copy this whole thing and paste it in the consumer endpoint. I did not copy properly. Okay, so make sure you see this prod both in the implementation URL and consumer endpoint. Okay, now click the save button and go to the top, refresh this page. And also just observe in the implementation URL and consumer endpoint, both are pointing to the prod one. Okay, implementation URL, make sure you see this prod -prod and -prod. Okay, so now come back to runtime manager, still going on. So let me look at the logs. If worker is online, then we are good to hit the request. Still coming up, okay. Yeah, now the deployment is successful. Status is showing as started. Okay, so this application which we deployed to the production, it is now linked with this instance and the status is active. Now we'll head over to the exchange, refresh this exchange browser page, everyone. Make sure you are in the API portal page of this asset, check-in papi asset. Okay, refresh the page and go to the marking service drop down, and now you should see the prod instance available as a choice. Okay, this prod instance. So select prod v1 instance. So we are hitting prod v1 instance and the consumer endpoint with your name, check-in papi -prod. Okay, so we are hitting the prod instance now, prod consumer endpoint, and pass the PNR value and send the request, and payment ID is returned as response. Okay, so this is working fine for the production as well. So we deployed our Mule application jar to different environments, the same jar. we have deployed to different environments. So we made changes in the configuration setting to support the deployment to multiple environments. Okay, so green check mark if you have deployed your application to prod and if it is working fine. Okay, so this part is remaining height sensitive mule application properties in the runtime manager. So we're going to discuss this topic now. Yeah, thank you, Rintesh. Give me a green check mark if you're all good. You have successfully deployed your application to all the 3 environments. Leave a green check mark everywhere. Okay, so the next topic, this feature, this hiding application properties in the runtime manager. This feature is available only for the cloud hub deployments. For on-premises deployment, you encrypt the properties in the property file. You encrypt the properties in the property file. And while deploying that application, you're going to decrypt the property files, decrypt the encrypted values by passing the encryption key. So for on-premises deployment, we have to encrypt the property files. But in the cloud hub deployment, we have this mechanism where you can hide your application properties. Okay, where you can hide your application properties. Means you can raise a security flag for certain properties you have specified in the properties.yaml file so that those properties are not visible in the properties tab. So in the runtime manager, while deploying the application, we go to the properties tab and we pass the properties here as a key value pair. So key is any point platform.client ID, and here you're going to pass a value. And if you have raised a security flag for this property, then that value is safely hidden. So it's not visible to anybody here. It's not visible in the runtime manager. Even this client secret is not visible. And the security flag is raised for encrypt.key also. So if you raise a security flag, means those are hidden safely in the runtime manager. So how to raise this security flag? We need to head over to this file, mule artifact.json in your project, in your check-in PAPI project. So we're going to open up that file and we'll add an entry here. Entry is a key value pair. So key is secure properties and the value, it is passed as a array. Value, we're going to pass it as an array, and inside the array, you're going to pass the properties, property keys. Okay, like any point.platform.client ID or client secret encrypt key. And we are saying these properties we want to should be safely hidden in the runtime manager. So by adding an entry in the artifact.json, you are saying these properties are safely hidden in the runtime manager. Means you raised a security flag for these 3 properties, whereas env test, it is not included in the mule artifact.json, so this will be clearly visible to everyone. Okay, so for cloud hub deployment, you can go for this mechanism where you can hide your properties securely in the runtime manager by making an entry in the mule artifact.json. Okay, so let's do this one. Come back to the check-in PAPI project, everyone. Come back to your Anypoint Studio. Okay, so this project will have a mule artifact.json. Okay, so open up your mule artifact.json. And over here, we're going to add a entry to raise the security flag so that those properties are safely hidden. So go to this min mule version, comma. So all the properties are comma separated. So add a comma. Okay, so then we're going to add a key here, secure properties in the double quotes. Okay, secure properties. And the value, so secure properties is the key. And the value, it is an array which is having the property names. Okay, so let's pass an array, and inside the array, you're going to specify which values you want to encrypt. Okay. So value is any point. First, we're going to safely, like this encrypt.key, we want to raise a security flag. So encrypt.key. So pass it in the double quotes. Okay. Encrypt.key. This is the first one. And the second one, any point.platform.client_id. Any point dot platform dot client underscore id. Okay, so I have raised a security flag for only encrypt.key and anypoint platform dot client underscore id. So let me paste this in the chat. Okay, it's a comma separated. If you're adding properties inside the array, it is comma separated. Okay, now save the changes. Save the changes and make sure the application is not running in the console. Now come back to the terminal and we're going to deploy the application to the prod. Use the same command, okay? Run the same command mbn mule deploy and we are deploying this application to prod. Okay, so start the deployment everyone. Deploy it to the production environment. Okay, so after the deployment is successful, we're going to check if these properties are safely hidden in the runtime manager. So these two properties, encrypt.key and this anypoint.platform.client underscore id. So both should be in the encrypted form or both should be safely hidden in the runtime manager. Okay, so deployment just started. It's deploying the application and it's already exists. So it's redeploying the application to the production environment. Okay, so I think I can see the entry now. It started redeploying. Let me go back to runtime manager. Okay, so new deployment has just started. So we're going to wait till this worker is online. Okay, so go back to your runtime manager and please check in your logs. Okay, worker is online. Please look at my screen, everyone. So I'm going to the settings page. So open up your settings page and go to properties section. Switch to the properties tab and just check here the AnyPoint platform client ID and encrypt key. Both are safely hidden in the runtime manager because we have raised a security flag for these two properties. Okay, so the values for this encrypt.key and client ID both are safely hidden. Okay, so but whereas this env prod, it is clearly visible to us, and even client secret, we did not raise a security flag, this is also clearly visible. So we can hide the application properties in the runtime manager by making an entry in the mule-artifact.json. And over here you can change the secure key. So as of now we are using secure 12345. So you're gonna change it. You can change it to a different value. Okay, so the moment you change it, it's gonna be safely hidden. Let me give ABCD 1234. So it is safely hidden. Okay, so this value is not exposed to the user who is typing it. So all these properties, this client ID and encrypt.key, these are safely hidden. So let me change it back to secure 12345. So only this client ID and encrypt key are safely hidden, but whereas env prod, so when you type it, it is clearly visible to us. Okay, so this is about the hiding application properties in the runtime manager. We can hide the sensitive application properties by adding an entry in the mule-artifact.json by raising the security flag. So that completes our walkthrough. Okay, so I'll do a quick review of what we covered over here. So initially we discussed how to create the different property files for each environment. Then we discussed how to encrypt your sensitive mule application properties. And we have used the mule secure configuration property module. We have added that support to decrypt those values. And then we discussed how to deploy the same mule application jar to different environments. So we made changes in the check-in in the parent pom.xml file over here, so that we can deploy the same jar to the multiple environments. So we added these configurations so that you can deploy the same jar to the multiple environments. And then we discuss how to hide the sensitive mule application properties in the runtime manager. So that's the end of the module 2. So let me start the slideshow for module 3. Okay, so green check mark if the last walkthrough is working fine for everyone. If you have any issues, please let me know. Before we get started with module 3, so I just need a confirmation everyone if you are all good with the second module. Yeah, thank you, Samiran. Yeah, I'm waiting for Neha, Pranali, Prashant, Jintesh.
I've got one question.
Yeah.
When we are deploying, so we can publish our parent POM to Exchange, right?
Yes.
So when I was trying for our one of our existing assets, so the classifier is some value that we need to specify. Without that, the asset will not be visible in Exchange.
Yeah, we're gonna do that in tomorrow's class. I'll show you how to publish to the Exchange.
All right, cool.
Yeah, it
Thank
is covered in this course. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so classifier mule and plugin has to be added when you publish that asset, and
Oh,
custom type has to be included. So that's the first topic we're going to discuss in tomorrow's class. Okay.
okay. All right.
Okay. So now let's get started with the module 3, developing for operational concerns. So meaning here, we're going to discuss how to log the information. Operational logging is discussed in this module 3. So when you create your production ready mule application, right, we have to log the information, and the information which we are going to log should not degrade your application performance. Okay, so we're going to override the levels debug level when you're deploying your application. Okay, so this logging should not impact your application performance. So goal of this module 3, so in this module we're going to learn MDC pattern logging. Okay, MDC pattern logging which will enhance more context to your logging information. So we're going to implement the MDC logging over here. And also we're going to discuss about functional monitoring, like where you can expose your health check endpoints. So you can expose your liveness endpoint, or you can prop for the readiness endpoint by creating these functional monitors. And then we're going to discuss about anypoint visualizer, where you can see the application network architecture, which will show you the bird eye view architecture of your entire application network. And also we're going to discuss how you can extract your reusable mule application code into a library. So we're going to identify the common code which can be used in multiple projects. So that code, we are creating it as a library so that it can be used in multiple projects. So extracting reusable mule application code, that we're going to discuss in tomorrow's class. Okay, so implementing operational logging and how to expose your health check endpoints using functional monitoring, and also any point visualizer, and then extracting reusable mule application code into the library. So this is the goal we are going to achieve by the end of module 3. Okay, let's get started with the operational logging. Like as I mentioned, the production ready mule application, you can log the information and it should not have any impact on your application performance. So logging in mule. So logging in mule is based on log4j2 mechanism. It's a Java logging mechanism which inbuilt uses a SLF4j, the Java mechanism, to log the information. And there are two type of logs are generated when you deploy your application. So one is your system log and another is your application log. So if you go back to your logs page here, on the right side you can see there are two logs which are generated for your application. One is system log and then next one is the application log. So system log will contain the information specific to your mule runtime, but whereas worker log contains the information specific to your application. Means in your application, if you have used any logger component, so in the mule application, if you used any logger component to log the information, so content of this logger will go into the application logs. So we basically build a mule application which contains flows, right? Each flow will have a source here and followed by event processor. And you use a logger as an event processor. So this logger will log the information onto the console during the development. And when you deploy this application, so this logger gonna write the information to your application logs. Okay, so logger content will be displayed in the application logs. And while writing to the file system or while displaying on the console, you can set the log levels. You can set the log levels and you can decide what you want to log in during the production ready when you deploy your application to production environment. So by setting the log levels, definitely you can minimize the impact of the application performance. So unless and until it's required in the production environment, you're going to set the log levels to debug. Otherwise, by default, all the log levels will be set to info. Okay, so only if you want to troubleshoot any issues, you're going to override the log levels to debug. And Mule runtime logging supports synchronous and asynchronous login, and by default, it is configured for asynchronous login. By default, it is asynchronous logging, means multiple threads are created. So there is a separate thread for logging. So this thread is different from the thread which you are using for your application execution. But whereas synchronous thread, same application thread gonna log your information. So you're gonna have the application performance. It's gonna impact your application performance. So in the production ready application, definitely we have to go for the asynchronous log. Okay, now let's discuss about MDC logging. MDC stands for Mapped Diagnostic Context. And this MDC login, it will enriches your logging. It enriches your login, or it will add more context in your logs for the current mule event. And it can be further enhanced by creating this logging variables, or it will improve your tracking, or it will improve the traceability of checking in the logs by creating these logging variables. Okay, so where we're going to define this MDC logging, it is configured in the log4j2.xml file. Okay, so when you implement this pattern, it's going to log two entries. One is processor, which shows the location of current event, and the event, which shows the correlation ID. And this MDC logging, For more enhancing, we're gonna pair up with the tracing module. So tracing module is recently introduced into the Mule 4. It is only available for Mule 4 version, okay? And it enables you to enhance your logs by adding additional logging variable. Okay, so we're going to add this tracing module to our current project. And in the tracing module, you can perform several operations like set logging variable, remove logging variable, clear logging variable. So by using these variables, you can add more, it will enriches your logging, okay? You can add more context in your logs. So for example, take this check-in by PNR. We are creating a logging variable. This is not a general variable or regular variable. So we create a logging variable here. And I'm creating this logging variable to trace PNR. Means I want to print PNR whenever each component is executed here. So I'm going to create this variable logging variable. And if you use this logger will definitely print the information on the console. So additionally, it's going to print the PNR number throughout this flow. Let's say if you have added logger here, then the PNR will be printed. So this additional information will be printed when you use the logger. And you can trace what is happening within your flow. Let's say, for example, if you are creating a payment and you want to trace the payment ID. So you can create a variable for your payment ID and that will be logged throughout the Mule flow. Okay, so let's start with this MDC login. And also we can override the log levels in the runtime manager. So go to the runtime manager, select the logging, and you can override the log levels over here. So you can override the log levels for the deployed Mule application without redeployment. And we set the log levels for a certain Java package, com.mulesoft, org.mule, and so on. So you can enable the log levels for a certain Java package. And log for the Cloud Hub application can be viewed in the runtime manager. And we use the Cloud Hub logging database. We use a Cloud Hub logging database. And when you deploy an application to Cloud Hub, your log4j2.xml file is not honored. And if you want to use your log4j2.xml settings, then you have to disable the Cloud Hub logs. Okay, so option is already provided to us. If you select this checkbox, you're going to disable the Cloud Hub logs, then your log4j2.xml file is taken into the consideration. And all the logs which are generated in the customer hosted runtime. So if you are deploying your application to customer hosted runtime, it will stay local. You cannot see those logs in the runtime manager. Okay, when you deploy your application to the customer hosted runtime, so you're going to register the server in the runtime manager, but still the logs will not be visible in the runtime manager. They are not viewable in the runtime manager. So we are heading over to the first walkthrough. So we're going to implement the MDC login now, and we're going to use this set logging variable, the operations which are available in the tracing variable, so that you can add more, you can enhance more information into your log file. It will add more context for your given Mule event. Okay, so come back to the studio, everyone. Come back to the studio. Let me close the files. Mule artifact.json, .secure. And come out of the full screen. Come out of the full screen and open up your log4j2.xml file, which is under src main resources. Go to src main resources, open up this log4j2.xml file. Okay, so what we got here, log4j2.xml file. So first we have appender section, and in the appender section we have a rolling file appender. Means we are saying we want to log this information to a file system. So a log file is created, right? When you deployed your application to Cloud Hub, a log file is created. So we are using a rolling file appender. Okay, so this is the pattern we have specified. Okay, percentile, 5P means priority, D is date, T means thread name, processor. Okay, it will print a correlation ID. Okay, and also we specified the default rollover strategy. So size is 10 MB. So if it is reaching the size 10 MB, then it will be rolled over. So in the same appender section, we're going to add one more appender for the log, for the MDC logging. And then we got logger section. So we're going to specify the log levels here for certain Java package. So these log levels, you can manually edit this and you can change it over here, or you can use a runtime manager. So go to the settings, and in the settings you can head over to the logging, and you can override the log levels. And redeploying the application is not needed. Okay, so no need to redeploy our application. You can override the log levels over here, or you can manually edit and set the log levels. Okay, so now go to the appender section. Over here we're going to add a MDC. We're going to add a appender to log the information onto the console. Okay, so I'm going to paste these lines. So let me copy it from the manual and I'll paste these lines in the chat. So copy these lines, everyone. So we are adding a console appender. So add it just below this rolling file appender. Add these lines just below the rolling file appender and also format your code. So we added this one. So name. So we are saying display the log information onto the console, and we specified this MDC pattern. Okay, so this entire path, this processor path correlation ID, we are replacing with this percentile MDC. So we added this pattern. So come back to the loggers. Come back to the loggers. Go to the async root. So over here in under the async root appender ref, we are referring to this rolling file appender. So over here we're going to add one more entry, appender ref entry. So you can copy the same thing and paste it over here. And the reference will be, we are referring to this console. So we have two appenders. So we're going to have the reference to the console. So C is uppercase here. Appender ref equal to console. C is uppercase. So we want to print the console appenders also. Now save your changes. Save your changes. So this is the information for MDC logging. We mentioned this in the log42.xml file. Now open up your main.xml file. Open up your main.xml file. And in the main.xml file, we have two flows, right? Check-in by PNR and payment approval by PNR. And this check-in by PNR. So we are just, this check-in by PNR is executed and the payment ID hard-coded value is returned as a response. When you send a request to check-in endpoint. So you are sending the request check-in endpoint, which is calling this check-in by PNR and payment ID is returned as a response. So over here in this check-in by PNR, we're going to use some logging variables to log the additional information into the console. So go to the Mule palette. Go to the Mule palette and go to add modules. Click on add modules and locate tracing module over here. Tracing module. So drag this tracing module and drop it onto the blue area. So this is recently introduced in Mule 4.4. So add the tracing module and it will add an entry in the pom.xml file as well. So go to your pom.xml file, everyone. Child pom.xml file and go to the dependency section. Go to the dependency section and in the dependency section, you'll see the entry for tracing module and comment out this version, okay? Comment this out. Control Shift /. Okay, so this version should come from the BOM. And save the changes. Save the changes. Now come back to the main.xml file. So we added this tracing module and these are the operations you can perform. Okay, so we're gonna add this set logging variable to this check-in by PNR. So drag this set logging variable and add it to the process section, the check-in by PNR flow. And we are creating this logging variable to trace PNR value. Okay, so variable name, we're going to call it as PNR and display name also change it to PNR and value, click FX and in that we're going to store the URA parameter value which we are passing along with this request. We're going to capture this value and we're going to store it in the PNR variable, the logging variable we have created. Okay, so to capture this value, we're going to write an expression here, attributes dot URA params dot PNR. Attributes.ura_params.pnr. Pass this PNR in this single quotes. Okay, so let me pass this in the chat window. I think somebody is not on the mute. There's some background noise. So please go on mute, everyone. Thank you. So attributes.ura_params.pnr, save the changes. So we created this logging variable. And this additional PNR number will be printed when you log the information. So after this set logging variable, add a logger. Add a logger so that this PNR is printed. So go to the favorites, add the logging variable over here. Before this transformation, add a logging variable. Okay, so go to the message property and we want to log this message, start. So we are logging a static value here. Set the message to start. Okay, save the changes and display name also change it to start. And also add a logger after this transform message. After this transform message. Okay, set the message to end. Display name also end. Save the changes. Okay, so this PNR number will be printed for each and every time you are logging that information. Okay, so come back to the console, run this project, everyone. So for traceability, we use this logging variable. Let's say, for example, if you want to trace the value of PNR in the flow, so we create this variable once and you can log it in the flow. So this PNR number will be automatically printed in your logs. And in the tracing module, we can perform this operation. So at a certain point in the flow, you can clear all the logging variables or you can remove a particular logging variable. So if you remove the logging variable, then the PNR will not be printed anymore when the flow is executed. Okay, so deployment is successful. So I'm gonna clear these logs, then I'll be sending a request now. So please watch my screen. So I'm hitting this request and the payment ID is returned as a response. So now let me go back to the console and get this to full screen. So this logger has printed this message, start message, and look at the pattern now. Okay, so in the pattern, first it is printing PNR number and then correlation ID and the processor path. So your logger is the first, you have executed the first component, the logger component. Okay, so it will print the location of your current event also and the correlation ID. So this additional PNR number is printed and also the location of your current event. So now look at the second one. The message it is logging is end, and apart from this, it has printed this PNR number again, correlation ID, and it is also printing the current mule event, location of current mule event, that is 3. Okay, so come back to the flow. Okay, so this is the third component. So it will print the location of current event, which shows the correlation ID, and this PNR number, additional PNR number is printed. So basically we use this tracing module for traceability, okay, where you can quickly find in the logs by tracing with your PNR number. Okay, so for enriching the login, we use this tracing module. Okay, so please check this at your end and let me know if you're good. Okay, stop the project, and that's the end of this walkthrough. And use asynchronous logging in the production and synchronous logging for executing your unit test cases. So what is a synchronous login? I have already mentioned. So in the synchronous logging, your application execution will be paused because you're going to use the same thread to log the information. Okay, so like if it's gonna pause your application execution, and once the login is completed, then the same thread will continue your execution. So it's a good practice use synchronous logging the unit test cases when you're executing unit test cases, but production deployment always use the asynchronous log. Okay, if you look at the log4j2.xml file, everything is asynchronous. Okay, async log. Okay, in the SRC test resources, we have log4j2.xml file as well for executing your unit test cases. Over here, you can use the synchronous log. Okay, so that's the end of the walkthrough. So green check mark if you're good with this walkthrough, everyone. Then we're going to move on to the next topic.
So by default, it is asynchronous logging, right?
Yes, yes, by default it is asynchronous login. So by default it is starting info level.
Okay.
Yes, Sriranjan, can you please go on mute if you don't mind? Thank you, Sriranjan. Okay. So we are moving over to the next topic: how to expose your health check endpoints from Mule application and monitor them from any point platform. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, thank you, Sriranjan. So API functional monitoring. So it is always a common practice for when you build a Mule application, right? Production ready Mule application should expose the health check endpoints. So when you expose these health check endpoints, you can check if the Mule application is running or not. Like you can check the health of that application, or you can check the downstream dependencies are up or not. So we're going to prop the liveness of that application and also the readiness of that application by creating these monitors in the functional monitoring. And this functional monitoring is part of your anypoint monitoring, which is included in the base license. So go over here, this walkthrough, we're going to understand how to create these monitors. So all monitors are already created. So I'm going to log in with the different credentials to show these monitors. And it will also show you the information like what is the status for last 5 executions, the status of your application. Like we have check in Papi project, if the application is alive or not. So it's going to check the liveness of that application. So it's going to give you the last 5 execution. And we'll specify the timer here, like to check the liveness or readiness of that application. So this is how you're going to create the functional monitor. Okay, you will give the name for your functional monitor. And the second step, we'll perform just a simple get method here, and we'll provide the URL to check the liveness of that application. So check in papi cloudhub.io/healthycheck. So created this endpoint URL to check the state of that application. And if the expected status code, if 200 OK is written, then that application is alive. And we're going to check for every periodic interval here for every 15 minutes, for example. And you specify the execution location where your application is deployed. And if this is returning error status code, then you can specify or you can notify the recipient using Slack, email, and so on. So these are the things which are right now supported. I'll show it in the platform account. So I'm going to log in with any airline and I'll show you how the monitors are created over there. So exposing health endpoints. So common practice for Mule application to expose the endpoints that can be probbed from outside. And this is pretty much similar to Kubernetes style probbing, where you can probe for liveness and readiness. So in the liveness probe, you're going to check the application is deployed successfully and it is responding to simple requests like get. And if not alive, if you're not getting the expected response, 200 okay, then the application need to be restarted. You'll restart the application if the liveness endpoint is returning any error status code. And also we got a readiness probe here, which will check the downstream dependency and to make sure the application is ready to service. If the downstream dependencies are down, then you're going to notify that support team to make sure these downstream dependencies are up and running. Okay, so in the liveness health check, you're going to create a monitor and you're going to hit a request to alive endpoint here. And if this alive endpoint returns a success status code, you're sending a request, and if it is replying with 200 okay. If it is replying with 200 okay, then meaning that check-in PAPI application is alive. Okay, so it will continue with the readiness check. If the alive endpoint is working fine, then it will go and check for the readiness. Okay, so for example, you are hitting a request and this liveness endpoint is failed. Then your Mule application should be restarted. Your Mule application has to be restarted if the endpoint is not returning success status code. Okay, now let's understand the readiness health check. Okay, so first you're going to hit the alive endpoint. Okay, if the alive endpoint is passed, and then you're going to hit the next endpoint, that is /ready. And this /ready endpoint, we're going to check the downstream dependencies. So for your check-in PAPI project, we're going to check the downstream dependencies, that is flight management system, passenger data system, and PayPal system. So these are the downstream dependencies. We haven't integrated, but check-in PAPI is making calls or communicating with these three downstream dependencies. We have not implemented that integration logic. Okay, so you have to register for the production ready integration course if you want to learn more about these integrations. Okay, so this /ready endpoint, it will make a call to the flight management system, passenger data system, PayPal system to check if they are alive. And if there is any issue with the downstream dependency, there is no point in starting your application. There is no point in restarting your application. Okay, first you're going to check if Mule application is alive, then it will prop the readiness, and readiness endpoint will check all the downstream dependencies. So for example, passenger data system. Okay, if this ready endpoint is failed, then there is pointless restarting your check-in PAPI Mule application. Okay, so if the downstream dependencies, if you have an issue, there is no point in restarting your Mule application. So you have to notify that particular support team. Okay. So we're going to head over to the next walkthrough. So I'm skipping few slides here, visualizer slides. We're going to come back and we'll discuss this one. So we are heading over to the next walkthrough. So over here, first I'm going to show you how to expose liveness and readiness endpoint. And a functional monitor is already created. So we're going to log into that platform account and I'll show you the monitor which is already created. Okay, so first let's understand how to expose this liveness and readiness endpoint. So come back to your check-in PAPI project. Check-in PAPI project. And we'll create a health.xml file over here. So click on src main mule, do a right click, create new mule configuration file. And let's call this as health. Okay, so set the file name to health, click finish, click finish. And over here in this health.xml file, we're going to expose the liveness endpoint and also readiness endpoint. So go to favorites, drag this listener, drop it over here to create a new flow. Drop it over here to create a new flow. One second, let me check something. Yeah, I'm just checking something in the student files. Hold on, guys. C drive, student files. Walk through 3-2 solution, check in PAPI, SRC, main, view. Okay. So the health.xml file is already provided to us. So I was not able to locate this file. No worries. We're going to create this file. So call this flow name health flow. So click on the flow scope, everyone, and call this as API-ally. Set the flow name to API-ally. Save the changes. So name of the flow is this one. And then click on the listener. Click on the listener. Okay, so connector configuration, it is already set. API HTTP listener config, which we created in the global. Go to the path property and then set the path to /li. So endpoint is /li. And save the changes. /li. Save the changes. Then we're gonna add a set payload over here. So go to the favorites, drag the set payload and drop it to the process section. And using this set payload, we're going to populate the payload with this value. So click the FX button and set it to up. Okay, so if we are reading the alive endpoint, and if the application is alive, so it's going to return the status as up. And this display name also change it to up. Save the changes. Save the changes. Okay, so now go to the listener. Go to the listener. Responses section. Go to the listener. Responses section. Okay, so over here body is set to payload and status code by default 200 is written if everything is working fine. Okay, then go to the error response. Error response. So status code here, it will be written as 500. If it is down, it is written as 500. And body, remove this value and set it to down. And set to payload. Or you can use the same value only. Yeah. Error dot description. So error dot description will be returned as a response. Save the changes, everyone. So just wanted to show you the response section. So this is about the API Alive endpoint. Okay, now let's create the readiness endpoint. So we're going to drag this listener, drop it at the bottom. So we are creating the readiness endpoint. So drag the listener to create a new flow and call this new flow as API-ready. API-ready. And save the changes. So name of the flow is API-ready and open up the listener. Open up the listener and set the path here as /ready. 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 Okay, so we are creating this ready endpoint, this ready flow to check the downstream dependency. Okay, so let's create a flow called as check all dependency, which is going to check for the downstream dependency if they're up or if they're alive or not. So just below this API ready, we're going to create a subflow. Okay, so go to the code section and drag this subflow and drop it below this API ready flow. So go to the code section, drag this subflow and drop it below the API ready. And the name of the subflow, we're going to call this as check -all -dependencies are alive. Check all dependencies are alive. So ideally we are not going to write the logic here. So we're going to just add a logger. We are just adding a logger, but in the real-time scenario, you're going to make a call to the flight management system, passenger data system, and PayPal system, and you're going to check if those dependencies are alive or not. So we are not implementing this logic. So this is done in the PR production ready integration course, okay, where you can learn how to check the downstream dependencies. So as of now, we have just added a logger. Okay, so save these changes. Okay, so go scroll up a bit to the API ready flow. Okay, so we are probing this readiness endpoint to check all the dependencies. So we're going to add a flow reference which will make call to this check all dependency. So go to the favorites, add a flow reference, and this flow reference will refer to the check all dependencies are alive. So set the flow name to check all dependencies are alive. So paste it over here as well. So over here, we're going to write the logic to check if the dependencies are alive or not. And after this, add a set payload component. Set payload and set the value. So click FX and set the value to up. And display name also changes. Okay, so this readiness endpoint, when you make a call to the readiness endpoint, first it's going to check all the dependencies, and if this is alive, then it's going to return the payload value as up. Okay, so meaning all the dependencies are up and run. So save all these changes. Okay, so do a right click and run this project. Okay, so I'm going to log into the platform account. I'm logging to the any airline platform account with instructor login to show how the monitors are created over there. Okay, let me log in with instructor credentials to any airline organization. So I have started incognito window. So this is the username. So please watch my screen, okay? Yeah, let me enter the verification code 704. Okay, so let me check the deployment is successful, still going on. Okay. So if your deployment is successful, come back to the ARC everyone. Go to new tab and hit a request here. Protocol is HTTPS protocol. Okay, localhost :8082 and hit the alive endpoint. So it's a get request, okay? Alive endpoint. So let me check the deployment is successful. Send this request and just verify. It is returning 200 OK status code and payload value returned here is up. Means that application is aligned. Okay, so it returns the message as up in the ARC. Okay, so that's the liveness check. So we're going to change this alive endpoint to ready endpoint. So which going to check your downstream dependencies. Okay, if your downstream dependency, no issues with your downstream dependency, then it will return 200 OK and it returns a message with the payload value as up. Okay, if something is going down, then it will return 500 status code and it will return the error status code and error description will be returned as a response for both the endpoints. So when you hit the ready endpoint, right, it's going to go back over here. So it's going to call this one where we have added the flow reference to check all the downstream dependency. So this subflow will be involved and where you're going to write the logic to check the downstream dependencies. So how to check the downstream dependency? Basically, you're going to use this HTTP request operation. You will make a call to that flight management system or PayPal system using this HTTP request operation. You're going to provide the URL and you will check the liveness of the downstream dependency. So when you hit this ready endpoint, it's going to tell you if the downstream dependencies are up and operational. Okay. So now let me show you. There is a functional monitor which is already created for this any airline. So let me go to the monitoring page. So this functional monitoring is part of any point monitoring. So it comes with the base subscription. So go to the functional monitoring page. Please watch my screen. Okay, so these are the monitors which are already created for different application, check-in, pay, flights management, okay, mobile notifications, passenger data system and so on. So let me open up this check-in PAPI. And this monitor is triggered for every 1 minute. And the location is US East 2. And at this point, the check-in PAPI application in this any airline organization is successfully running, means that application is aligned. And it will show you the last 5 execution And if this is failed, you're going to restart your check-in PAPI project. If this is written, if this is returning as a error, then you're going to restart your check-in PAPI. Okay, so check-in PAPI functional monitor. So we are making a GET request to alive endpoint and it is successful. And you are hitting the ready endpoint and this is also successful. If it is showing any errors, then you're going to notify that support team to check the downstream dependency. So we create this functional monitor. I have shown you in this page, right? So go to this create monitor page and you can create the functional monitor over here. So you will give the name, location, and how often you want to check the liveness of that application. And in the step 2, you will provide the endpoint. So here you're going to give the endpoint URL. Like you're going to deploy your application to Cloud Hub and that endpoint URL you're going to provide here to check the liveness. And assertion, like if the status code is written as a 200, then it is alive. So you can specify the assertions
Sure.
as well.
I have got a question.
Yeah.
Shiva, in case when we have applied some policies for an endpoint, if we have to create a functional monitoring, right? Say, suppose we have applied an JOT policy or an OAuth policy, how can we monitor those kind of applications?
So functional monitor, not to give the production URL here. You will create a different URL for functional monitor. So don't use that production deployment URL. So if you want to check the policy violation, then you have this API analytics in the API manager, which will show you the any policy violations are happening, or you can use any point monitoring. Not this function. Functional monitoring, the basic purpose is to check the liveness and readiness of that application. So it doesn't check the policy violation, and we are
No.
not going to use the production URL over here. So we create a different URL to probe that liveness. Okay, so remember I have shown it here. So this check-in PAPI. So it is hitting this endpoint.
No, this
Slash
is
this endpoint.
this endpoint, right?
Yeah.
This is accessible on the internet, so you are able to create a function monitoring. Correct. Let's say you have a system API,
Mm-hmm.
which is sitting within the VPC,
Mm-hmm.
okay, and it's not accessible outside. So for those applications, how will we create the monitoring, functional monitoring?
So you have to use the dedicated load balancer and you have to expose it to the outside world and then you can do the functional check. So basically you will write this code, right, for ready endpoint. So that is your downstream dependency, your system API. So in the system API, in the downstream dependency, you're going to write the logic over here, the check-in dependency.
Okay. If I apply the same thing to Experience API, what you're saying is we need to allow that through load balancer, and specifically for
Yeah.
that endpoint, we need to exclude any policies.
Policy checking, you're not going to do in the
No, I'm
functional
not
monitor.
talking about policy checking. Say, suppose you have applied a policy. Okay, if you have to perform your health check, you have to provide particular token, at least go through the health check at least, yeah, because the policy will be applied to application level in my use case.
Mm-hmm.
So if I have to perform a health check on that application, right, I need to exclude that policy for that particular endpoint, right, for the health check endpoint.
Mm-hmm. See here, you're creating a health check endpoint URL, right? So that's gonna be like you're gonna create this health.xml in the similar manner. So over here, definitely you're excluding your policy policy. You're not applying the policy on this health.xml file, right? So this is gonna create a different URL. So
But
definitely your policy will be excluded. So if
okay,
you want to check the policy violation, then go to the anypoint monitor. So before you apply
suppose,
the policies, you're gonna just check the application is alive or not.
so for applying the, I mean, for exposing this health check endpoint, why can't we use the same listener? Why do we need to create another listener for this?
So it's actually best. It's not a best practice. You use the same listener for checking the health of that application because it may go down, right? Something went wrong. So we are using a different health check endpoint. I don't know the exact reason, but the best practice is not to use the same production URL endpoint for checking the health of the application. I'll
Okay.
check and I'll get back to you. Okay.
Yeah. All right. Thanks.
Okay. So this is about the functional monitoring, everyone. So now we're going to take a break. Okay. So we'll come back and we'll discuss about visualizer. Okay. Visualizer. And then we'll start with the unit testing framework. Stop the end show. Okay. So starting the timer now. So let me sign out from this page. Okay. Let me keep logging this page. We can see something for the visualizer also. Yeah. So let's take a break now for 20 minutes. So we're going to come back and we'll discuss the visualizer.
Not be able to publish itself.
But why you're not using profile when you're publishing your asset?
I said this is not the application that I was working on as part of this course. That's in my personal laptop. I was trying something else in my customer laptop. But that doesn't matter, right, Shubha?
Profile is needed, right? It will execute that goal. So in the profile section only you're saying execute this deploy goal. See, when you execute a maven deploy command, so it will go to this profile section. It is validating and then it is publishing this asset. I don't know how it worked earlier for you.
Can you show me where you're mentioning the type here or the POM class?
Type I've mentioned in the same properties tag. Here. Type is custom. So what is the error? You got it. So it published and you're not able to see that
No,
asset, right?
it's getting published properly, but I'm not able to see the asset in Exchange. And it
I believe this profile is missing. I believe this is missing and you have to use this exchange deploy goal. Just MVN deploy and you will able to publish.
yeah, MU deploy with distribution management will publish that to Exchange actually.
Okay, so actually we publish apps safe and common also in the same way. Doesn't need any.
Well, see, we get into all these configurations in POM when we are doing the deployments, using default Mule Maven plugin. But we do it through CLI, okay? And we
Yeah.
keep very limited configurations in POM. And everything we read it from pipelines at the time of pipeline run. So doing
Okay.
this way or the other way, both ends up in what we are trying to do. And yeah, I mean,
So
see
for
that
CLI also commands are available in the documentation. All the CLI commands are available in the documentation. Okay. So just set any point hyphens, any point CLI. Just go to the documentation. So you want to deploy list of the commands. So for deploying the applications, right, or publishing the asset, you can check over here.
All right, Shiva, I will do my bit. Let's see tomorrow in tomorrow's
Yeah.
session how you're going to
Okay.
publish. We'll compare that with
Okay.
what I'm doing. Thank you.
Sure. Okay. No worries.
Shiva, can I get 30 seconds of time, please? If you can allow me to share my screen. Can you hear me, Shiva?
Yes. Let's continue our session. Leave a green check mark if everyone is back. And Prashant, I have sent the document where you can set the private locations within the VPC for functional monitoring. Okay, please go through that document.
Yeah. Shiva, I'm going to share you one link, okay? I mean, two
Yeah.
links, successive links. One out of uh, what is a help, specifying that the type will work for Mule 3 and not for Mule 4.
Mm-hmm.
And another link after that article
Mm-hmm.
says that for Mule 4 application, you need to specify the classifier in the Mule Maven plugin for you to view that particular asset in Exchange. Otherwise, asset will not be visible. So that's where I was wondering. We
Yeah.
have,
So tomorrow, actually, we're gonna deploy apps in common.
yeah,
Okay, as you mentioned, we're gonna just say MV and deploy, and we're gonna publish that asset to the exchange. And as you mentioned, we're gonna set the classifier as mule-plugin.
but
If you set the
POM is,
classifier to mule-plugin, then that asset will be published to the exchange.
but tell me one thing, Shubha. Mule plugin, can we use it just for publishing the parent POM?
Parent POM, like is our library type, we're gonna use mule-plugin.
All right.
So for libraries, we're gonna specify the classifier as mule-plugin. For parent POM, I think you have to use the profile to publish that asset to the exchange. Okay.
Okay.
Anyway, I'm gonna watch this URL. I'll just go through this URL and I'll check with my team also if they
Yeah.
have any information on this. Okay.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. 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 So next topic we're gonna discuss is setting up the AnyPoint visualizer. Okay. So AnyPoint visualizer will give you a graphical view architecture like what is happening within your API world. Okay, so it's going to show you the architectural view of your entire application network. So what is an application network? Application network is network where data, devices, everything going to communicate with each other, and they will exchange the data through reusable APIs. Okay, so this visualizer will help you to view the architectural view of all the APIs which are communicating with each other in the entire application network. Like for example, if your application, the application which is talking to other APIs, so where exactly you're receiving the traffic, and that traffic is routed to other APIs, like if it is invoking any downstream dependencies. Okay, it will tell you the different kind of APIs which are connected to that API. And also you can calculate this various metrics using this visualizer, like average response time, throughput for your entire application network. So this is very much useful for the support team to check what is happening with your APIs, okay, in the application network. So if you want to make sure your application to be visible in the AnyPoint visualizer, to make it part of visualizer, so you have to enable two permissions here. So it requires two permissions to use this visualizer. One is view permission and second one is edit permission. And read application permissions and edit application permission. Like let's say for example, if you want to make changes, you need the editor permission for the visualizer. So first you have to make sure your application is available for monitoring by adding this property, anypoint.platform.config.analytics.agent enabled equal to true. So adding this property, so first you're going to deploy our application which will be available for monitoring. And then we're going to associate our API to a specific layer. So AnyPoint visualizer, let me go back to the diagram. So there are predefined layers where you can associate your API, like system layer, process layer, experience layer. So our check-in Papi project is a process layer. So it's a process API. We're going to associate to the process layer in the visualizer. So you're going to add this property to associate your API to a specific layer in the visualizer so that it's going to be displayed in that particular layer. Okay, so let's make a mule application to tie with the visualizer now. Okay, so come back to the studio. So I'll just paste properties to make sure your application is available for, so that you can associate your API with the visualizer now. Okay, so open up your parent POM file, everyone. Open up your parent POM file and go to the top to the properties section. Properties section. And we're going to add some properties over here to specify the layers name. Okay, so in the properties section, we're going to specify the name for our layers. Okay, so I'm going to copy this from the manual. I'm pasting in the chat for everyone. Okay, so copy this information, everyone, and you're going to paste it in the properties section. And let me fix the indentation. Okay, so the first property here is API.layer EAPI, that is means experience API. We're going to associate that API to experience layer. PAPI, process layer, system layer. So these are the predefined layers in the visualizer. So you can associate your API to these predefined layers, or you can create your own custom layer like backend, and none means it is not associated with any layer. So we have to keep the name of the information, like all the layers. We're going to define it over here in the properties section. Then head over to the Cloud Hub deployment tag. So go to the plugin section, go to the Cloud Hub deployment tag, Cloud Hub deployment tag. And over here, first we're going to make sure our application is available for monitoring. So we're going to add this property now. Anypoint.platform.config agent enable to true. So copy this information from the chat window And you're going to paste it in the properties section, the cloud app deployment tag, paste it over here. Okay, so by adding this property, your check-in POPI project will be available for monitoring. So enabled is set to true. So it should be available for the monitoring first. Then we'll set a display name. Okay, so after this, we're going to set a display name to show this check-in POPI project in the visualizer. So we are adding this display name. It's going to show up with this display name now. So I have pasted in the chat. So please copy and you're going to paste it over here just below this. So visualizer anypoint.platform.visualizer.display name, and we are setting it to artifact ID, that is your check -in -POPI. Means in the visualizer it's going to show up with that display name. Okay, next property, we're going to associate our check-in POPI to a specific layer. Okay, so the next property I'm pasting in the chat to associate your property with a specific layer. Okay, so I'm pasting this in the chat. Okay, so copy that information and paste it below. So the last property we have added visualizer.layer. So anypoint.platform.visualizer.layer. So we are using a property placeholder here, API.layer. And with this, we're going to pass this API.layer from the child POM. Okay, so this is the parent POM. So in the child POM, you're going to say that check-in POPI project will be associated with that layer. Okay, so we should not define it over here because parent POM will be referenced by the multiple project. So we're going to pass this property placeholder now from the child POM so that you can associate your check-in POPI project with that layer. So we have these layers now. So we can associate with either of this layer, okay, either experience, process or system, backend and so on. So now open up your parent POM, sorry, child POM. So go to your child POM and go to the properties section in the child POM. Property section, the child POM, and over here, you're going to pass this property placeholder over here. So the property placeholder is this one, API.layer. So you're going to pass this from the child POM. Okay, so come back to the child POM and let's add a property here, API.layer. And this API.layer, I'm going to set this to a property placeholder API.layer.PAPI. So by adding this entry, I'm saying check-in POPI is associated with the process layer, but I'm using a property placeholder API.layer.POPI, and this we have defined in the property section. We have defined this property in the property section on the top. And the API.layer.POPI, it is process. So your check-in POPI project, we are associating it to the process layer. So API.layer.POPI, and the same property holder, we have used it over here. Okay, so it will look in the parent POM file and the layer is process layer. So your check-in POPI project is now associated with the process layer. And save these changes. Save these changes. And let's deploy our application. So come back to the command prompt window, everyone. And we're going to deploy this application to dev environment. So change the environment, deployment.env to dev. Okay, so deploy this to dev environment. Your application will be deployed and it will be available for monitoring and it will be associated with the process layer. So we're going to look for that information in the visualizer. And also come back to the runtime manager. Runtime manager. And switch to the dev environment. Switch to the dev environment. Can you please resend the properties? Sure. So first go to your parent POM. Go to your parent POM in the Cloud Hub deployment tag. I have added these 3 properties. So I'm going to paste this again in the chat for you. So add these 3 properties in the Cloud Hub deployment tag in the properties section. Okay. I'm going to fix the indentation. So I have pasted this already in the chat. Okay, so then go to the properties section on the top in the same parent POM file. Okay, so go to the properties section on the top, and over here we have specified the layers. So go to the properties section and paste this content. Okay. Okay, so then go to the child POM and we have added this entry. Go to the child POM and add this entry in the properties section. And then we're going to redeploy our application to dev environment. So I'm just going to check in the logs if the deployment is successful. Sayantan, are you good? Have you copied the code?
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so worker is online. So now open up your visualizer page. Okay, so go to the main menu and open this visualizer in the new tab. Okay, before we could see the information in the visualizer, go to your check-in PAPI, hit a request, okay, because we need to receive external traffic to see it in the visualizer. So come back to your exchange and hit the dev instance over. Send a request to dev instance. So refresh your page and then hit a request to the dev instance. Okay, make sure the payment ID is returned as a response. Then open up your visualizer page. Open up your visualizer page. Okay, so in the visualizer on the top, you have 3 modes. Okay, architectural mode, troubleshooting mode, policies mode. Okay, so in the architectural mode, it will give you the bird eye view architecture of all your entire application network here. So go to the left side page, everyone. Okay, let's choose the environment as sandbox. Okay, select sandbox environment and set the environment to dev. Okay, so this is the project which we have deployed just now, and this project is check-in PAPI, this process if it is associated with the process API. So we hit a request till the external traffic is not received, so it's going to be reflected after a while. Okay, so it will give you the entire bird eye view architecture of what is happening within your API world. So as of now, we have associated only check-in PAPI. So that's the only application which is running in the dev environment. Okay, so we're gonna come back and we'll verify once we receive the external traffic over here. Dev environment still not coming up, no worries. Okay, now let me change this architectural mode to troubleshooting mode. So on the top, change this to troubleshooting mode. So what we got here in the troubleshooting mode, it will give you some diagnostic information about your check-in PAPI project. Yeah, now I can see the external traffic received over here. We hit a request, right, from the exchange. So that request is processed by this check-in PAPI, and it will give you the average response time to process that request, 713 millisecond. Or you can choose average throughput and failure rate. Okay, 0% failure rate, CPU utilization, memory utilization. Okay, so it will give you some operational metrics in this troubleshooting mode. And also change this mode to policies mode. So change this troubleshooting mode to policies mode. And over here you can check. So what are the policies applied in your application network? So what are the various policies applied? And you can also check if any policy violations are happening over here using this policies mode. Okay, on the left side, you can search for a policy. Remember in the dev environment, we applied message logging policy initially. So you can search for message logging. So it is showing there is one policy applied on check-in PAPI. And if you filter for message logging, so message logging is applied on check-in PAPI. So it's going to show you all the APIs on which this message logging policies is applied. So you can filter based on the policy you have applied. Okay, so now deselect this one. You can search for a different policy, like if you search for rate limiting policy. So rate limiting policy is not applied on check-in PAPIs. You can filter based on the policy you have applied. Okay, so this is about the policies. So in the troubleshooting mode, you can see some monitoring stuff over there. And you're seeing this analytics stuff. This analytics means what are the policy violations happening. You're seeing this stuff because we have made this application available for the monitoring. Okay. As this application is available for monitoring, it's going to show you the policy violations if it is happening over here in this visualizer tab. Okay, so come back to the troubleshooting mode. So this I have already explained, right? So over here you can calculate CPU utilization, memory utilization, average response time. Okay, so these are all working fine. So now let me go back to the architecture mode. And over here it will give you the information like how the external traffic is received. So your check-in PAPI is receiving this external traffic, and if your check-in PAPI is talking to the downstream dependency, you can associate them to the system layer, and you can get the bird eye view architecture entire application network. Okay, so to give this permission, so you need editor permission. So you can make some changes in the visualizer if you have the editor permissions. Okay, so you have to go to the access management and you have to enable the editor permissions before you make changes over here. Okay, so that's the end of the visualizer. And there is one more topic over here to extract reusable code into a library. So this part we're going to discuss in tomorrow's class, extracting reusable mule application code into a library. Okay, so that's the end of module 3. So we're going to cover a bit of module 4 now. So I'll stop the slideshow. Let me open up the slides for module 4. Yeah, Prashant, I saw your message. No problem. Okay, let's get started with module 4, automatic unit testing with M unit. So in this module, we're going to create a M unit test suite for testing your Mule application. So this M unit framework, this M unit is already integrated with your Anypoint Studio, where you can create your test suites and you can execute your test suites inside the studio. And also you can automatically execute your test suite by performing the Maven build. And over here in the module 4, we're going to discuss about unit testing, okay? M unit testing. So the objective of this module 4, so initially I'm going to show you how to enable your Mule application for unit testing with M unit. Then we'll perform the basic unit testing of your integration functionality. Then we're going to mark the external dependencies and spy on the data exchange with the external dependency. So we basically go for unit testing before you write the logic for integration, before you write the logic for connecting to the external dependencies. So we haven't implemented our integration logic so far in our check-in PAPI project, right? This check-in PAPI project, it is not communicating with any external dependency. So before you write the logic for integration functionality, we do the M unit testing. So unit testing will not depend on the integration functionality. So before the integration functionality is introduced, you will write the test suites to perform the unit testing, because unit testing should not be dependent on the external dependency. At this point, we don't have any logic. So we're going to mark this external dependency in the unit testing. And we also have this spy feature where you're going to spy on a particular component before the data is exchanged with the exchange dependency. Okay, so we're going to enable our Mule application for unit testing so that you can execute, you can test your Mule application, your check-in PAPI project before the integration logic is added in your check-in PAPI. So what are the benefits of testing? You can find the problems early in the development cycle and fix them quickly. And it will give you the confidence in your work, and it will make the collaboration between developers easier. And there are three type of testing available. So one is unit testing, integration testing, and performance testing. Okay, so in this module 4, we're going to discuss or focus only on unit testing. So unit testing means basically we're going to verify the functionality of a specific unit, like a flow or a subflow. Integration testing means we're going to verify all the interactions to the downstream dependency, if they're working fine or not. You're going to check the interactions to and from the interaction system. Then comes the performance testing. So in the performance testing, you're going to apply the various workload and you're going to check the performance of that application. So by applying this various workload, you're going to check the scalability, reliability, and the performance of that application. Okay, there are two type of tools available for testing your Mule applications. One is JUnit and MUnit. So JUnit we're going to basically use for testing Java classes, which is used in your Mule application. And this MUnit testing framework is already integrated with your studio, is fully integrated with your studio to test your Mule flows. And this MUnit, it is fully integrated with Maven and Surefire, so that you can automatically execute your test cases by performing a Maven build. And after your test cases are executed, it will generate a report because it is already having integrated with the Surefire. It's going to generate the report in HTML format or in the JSON format. And this is the latest version MUnit 2.x we are using. So working with MUnit. So MUnit is a testing framework which is used for testing your Mule application. Okay, so we're going to build a test suite to check the functionality of a particular flow. So each test you're going to check if the Mule flow, it's going to test the Mule flow. And we're going to build this test suite. All the components are provided. So we're going to head over to the Mule palette. We're going to add these two modules which contains all the components to build this test suite. So test suite you are going to create, it's pretty much similar how you create a Mule flow. So even this has 3 sections here: behavior, execution, validation section. By adding this, dragging and dropping these components over here, you're going to build the test suite to test your Mule applications thoroughly. So 2 modules we're going to add it over here: MUnit and MUnit tools. Okay, so in the MUnit, you can perform these operations. You can create a suite. Okay, in the MUnit tools, we have various tools we're going to drag and drop to build this Mule test suite. So 3 sections in the MUnit test suite: behavior, execution, and validation. And in the behavior section, you're going to write all your preconditions. And if you want to mark any external dependencies, it will go into the behavior section. Marks and spice will go into the behavior section. Execution is very important, where you're going to execute a particular mule flow. Okay, so in our walkthrough, we're going to test this main.xml. In the main.xml file, we have 2 flows: payment approval by PNR, check-in by PNR. So we are going to create a test suite now to check this check-in by PNR flow, to test this check-in by PNR flow, or payment approval by PNR. So meaning here you're going to write the execution. You will go to the execution section and you will make a call to the check-in by PNR. So over here you will add a flow reference to test that particular flow. So you'll add a flow reference to refer to the check-in by PNR or payment approval. And while testing, you're going to write some preconditions or validations, and you're going to check if the test suite is executed successfully or not. So validations means you're going to provide all the validations like assertion, verifies will go into the validation section. Okay, assertions like you want to compare the actual value with the expected value. So you're going to validate here when you're executing your Mule application. Okay, we are heading over to the first walkthrough. So over here, I'm going to show you how to enable the MUnit. Okay, so we're going to add the support for MUnit testing in the Anypoint Studio, as well as if you want to automatically test, execute your test suite using the Maven build. Okay, so come back to the studio. Come back to the studio. So go to your check-in Papi project on the left side. Check-in Papi project on the left side in the package explorer. Do a right click over here in the project name. Do a right click and select this MUnit. MUnit. And then choose this option, configure MUnit Maven support. So first we have to enable the support for MUnit testing. Do a right click on your project name, MUnit, configure MUnit Maven support. So behind the scenes, it's going to add 2 modules, MUnit module and MUnit tools. And it's going to show up in the Mule palette. Okay, so go to your pom.xml file. Open your child pom.xml file. Child pom.xml file. And go to the plugin section. So under the build section, head over to the plugin section. So when we enable this MUnit testing, right, for your Mule application, for your check-in Papi project, it has added this plugin. Okay, so name of the plugin is MUnit Maven plugin. So using this plugin, you're gonna execute your test suite. You're gonna execute your test suite using this MUnit Maven plugin. And now go to the execution section. There are 2 goals added here. So first goal is it's gonna execute the test space. It's gonna execute the test phase in the Maven default lifecycle. And after it has executed the test suite, that particular test case, it's going to generate the coverage report. And that coverage report, it is generated in the HTML format at this point. Okay. Now we're going to add some information over here so that you can perform the Maven build for executing this MUnit testing framework. So apart from this, we're going to come back over here again to change the configuration. So go to the dependencies section. And let me show you the dependencies which are added when you enable this MUnit testing framework. So go to the dependencies section and it has added two modules over here. One is MUnit runner and MUnit tools and assertions. Okay, so these dependencies were added when you turn the MUnit support for your check-in PAPI project. Okay, so now go to the top to the build to the plugin section. Okay, so plugin name is MUnit Maven plugin. So over here, we're going to add some information. We're going to make some configuration setting here so that you can execute this test cases outside the studio, okay, independent of studio. So this is the coverage report. So I'll paste this information in the chat. So I'm copying it from the manual. So let me paste this in the chat for everyone. So copy this information from the chat window. So already we have a configuration section here. You're going to replace this one. Replace this configuration section with the information you have copied from the chat. Configuration section. So replace this. Okay. And also fix your indentation. And this is the content we have pasted. Okay. So in the configuration sections, first property, runtime version. Your Mule runtime version and runtime product, it is set to Mule underscore EE, means it's enterprise edition. Because this coverage report, so we are generating a coverage in the HTML format and that is available only for enterprise edition, not for the community edition. So we have added this runtime product so that you can generate the coverage report in the HTML format. And encrypt.key, because your Mule application is having some encrypted values. So we are passing this encrypt.key. Then we got coverage report. So we are generating the report either in the HTML format and that report will be published onto the console also. Okay, save these changes everyone. Save these changes. So we added this stuff so that you can also execute your MUnit test case at command line, okay? So now let me come out of the full screen. Okay, so now we'll go forward, we'll create a basic MUnit test suite. Okay, save all the changes. Now go to your check-in PAPI project or we can create a test suite from the main menu also. So go to the file, select file in the main menu on the upper left corner, new, select file, new, MUnit test. So we added the support for MUnit test. Now we'll go forward and we'll create a basic test suite. New file, new MUnit test. And we are creating this test suite for main.xml file. So you can minimize this API, health. Okay, so go to the main.xml file and select both the flows. Okay, so we are creating test suite for check-in by PNR and payment approval by PNR. And it will create a new test file with this name. Okay, so we're going to rename this to main. Rename the test file name to main-test suite.xml file. And select this main.xml file checkbox. So it will create two unit tests, one for payment approval, one for check-in by PNR. Okay, then click finish. Then click finish. And you can see this main test suite, main-test-suite.xml file is created. And what we got here, so it has created a test suite, one for checking your payment approval and second one is checking for your check-in by PNR. Okay, each test suite will have 3 sections: behavior, execution, and validation. And just check in the execution section, you have a flow reference and it is pointing to the payment approval by PNR or check-in by PNR. And where this flow is available in the main.xml file. Okay, so when you run this test suite, if you execute this check-in by PNR test suite, it is making a call to the check-in by PNR over here. And this flow is executed. And you're executing this flow and you can write the validations, some preconditions over here, and you're going to check if the test suite is executed successfully or not. Okay, so we'll go forward and we'll run this test suite. Okay. So do a right click over here. Do a right click over here and run your munit test suite. Okay, let me stop the existing application. Stop the application if it is already running and start running your munit test suite. Okay, so remember your munit test suite, right? When you're executing your test suite, it is a separate process again, which will deploy your check-in Papi project to the Mule runtime. It's a separate process which is going to deploy first your check-in Papi project on your Mule runtime, and then it will execute this test suites. There are two in this test suite we have created 2 flows, one for checking payment approval and another for checking check-in by PNR. And once these test suites are executed successfully, it will generate a report. So run your test suite and look at the console. It's gonna throw error now. So it will throw an error saying that it is not able to resolve the parent POP. Your check-in Papi project, it is now executed as a separate process and it is deploying your check-in Papi project to Mule runtime, and it is not able to find the parent POM or bomb.xml file. So remember we are specifying this parent POM and bomb using this relative path right over here. This parent POM, we are using a relative path and that will work only for this development. During this development time. But if you are using a separate process to use this parent POM, so this is not going to work because this parent POM is not available for your munit test suite. So it's going to throw an error. Okay, so just look at this error, everyone. So one problem encountered, could not find the artifact mule-form.mulesoft.training solutions-parent POM. So it is not able to refer to that parent POM. So to resolve this error, you have to publish or you have to install your parent POM into your local repository. So this is your local repository. .m2 is your local repository. So if any other projects wants to use your parent POM, it should be available in your local repository. So we're going to install our parent POM and BOM file to our local repository so that it can be used in the munit testing. So to resolve this error, we have to install this parent POM into your local repo. Okay, so it is already referenced within the project using relative paths. It's going to work only for checking Papi project. But executing the munit test cases, it's going to be deployed as a separate process so that it is not able to refer to that parent POM. So we're going to run some installation command here to install your parent POM and BOM file to the local repo. Then we'll come back and we'll execute this test suite. So let me copy paste that command from the manual. So I need a green check mark if you see this error. Okay, so let me paste this command to install your parent POM to the local repository. So once it is in local repository, even any other project can refer to your parent POM because in that department, you're going to create multiple projects. Like check-in Papi, you can create another projects over here. So if other projects want to refer to this parent POM, this parent POM should be available in your repository. So we're going to execute this command now. We're going to install our parent POM and BOM file into the local repository. So go to your command prompt, everyone. Go to your command prompt. And execute that command. So over here we got our parent POM and BOM file. So you're going to execute the command in the check-in PAPI project. So we are saying mvn install. We are executing the install phase here, which will install your parent POM to your local repo. And in the local repo, it's going to be installed at this location. So this parent POM will be installed based on your group ID, artifact ID version. It's going to create a directory structure with this. It will translate into this directory structure, and your parent POM will be installed in your local repo. Okay, so let me run this command. Okay, so run this install command to install your parent POM so that it will be available for your unit testing framework. Okay, so parent POM is added to your local repo now. So we're going to execute one more command to install our BOM also to local repo. Okay, so if this is successful, then go forward and execute this one. The next one to install the BOM. mvn install file. Okay, so execute this command to install your BOM. So build is successful at my end. So both the parent POM and BOM are now available in your local repo. So we're going to verify that. So come back to your local repo, everyone. So go to repository and it is installed. You're going to check in the com.mulesoft.anyairline.training. Okay. Let me type it over here. Com Mulesoft training any airline. And over here it has installed parent POM and BOM file. Okay, so this is your parent POM. And also you can see the BOM also installed. Now when you run the unit testing, it's going to read the parent POM and BOM file from this location. It is available in your local repo. Okay, so now come back to the studio and run your test suite again. So go to your main test suite. Okay, so now this error will be resolved. Okay, so run the project again, run your unit test suite again. So please watch your console window. Please watch your console messages. Hold on, guys. Let me stop this one and run this unit test suite once again. Okay, so I'm running this again. But it is not generating the coverage report at my end. Just a second. Let me check something in the run configurations. So everyone head over to the run configurations on the top. Run configurations. Yeah, now it is showing an error. Yeah, this is the error I was expecting. So look at your console messages. So it is showing an error, property not found exception. Could not find this encrypt.key property. So as I mentioned, so this is again running as a separate application. So we have to provide this encrypt.key and also the env variable. So we're going to pass this property and we'll rerun this test suite now. So if you see this error, go to the main menu, select run configurations, run configurations, and on the left side under M unit, check-in PAPI is already selected. Check-in PAPI is already selected. Now go to the arguments section and let's pass two arguments here. One is to specify your encrypt key, encrypt.key, and set this to secure 12345. Secure 12345. And also we're going to add one more property, -d env. -d env equal to dev. Okay, so I'm going to pass this in the chat for everyone. Okay, now click apply and close this dialog box. So this unit checking PAPI is now running as a separate process. So that's the reason we have provided these properties. Close this window and go to your main.xml file and execute this check-in by PNR. Select this set logging variable and we'll give a default value. Default value, set it to empty string or a blank string. Okay. So go to your set logging variable, PNR value. We're going to use a default value so that we can avoid the exception. Okay, now let's go forward and run our unit test suite. Okay, select this main test suite. So let's run this test suite. So we installed our parent POM and also BOM into the local repository, and then we pass the VM arguments because it is running as a separate process. Now let's execute this unit test suite. So this time it's going to be executed successfully and it will generate the coverage report. Yeah, I saw your message, Arun. Okay, 7.12.1. Okay, so you were able to generate the flows also, right? Yeah, that's a problem with the studio versions. Yeah. So you can watch the manual, Anurag. Okay, you can watch the manual and practice this walkthroughs all by yourself. Okay. Like if you need any help, you can let me know after the session is done. Okay. So this is the last exercise we are going to do for today's session. So we're going to wrap up for today, and maybe I can help you out. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, so run your test suite, everyone, and this time it should be successful. It will generate a coverage report. So just below this check-in PAPI, why this is an error? I'm getting this error. Okay. So just below this package explorer, you have this M unit tab, and once it is successfully executed, it will show all green over here. And behind the scenes, it will deploy your project first. It will deploy your check-in PAPI, your jar file to the embedded Mule runtime. Then it will execute your test suite. And if the test is executed successfully, it will generate the coverage report. Okay, so this M unit tab is green. So it runs successfully. There are no errors. There are no errors. Okay. Now just below this, we have M unit coverage. Just below this M unit tab, go to the M unit coverage. Okay, so I'm going to get this to full screen. So your test suite has executed successfully. Okay, and it has generated this coverage. Okay, so in the coverage report, okay, hold on, let me minimize this. So first let me show you the main.xml. So it has executed both the test suites, okay? This payment approval by PNR and also check-in by PNR, means it is making a call to this main.xml file. And in the main.xml file, make sure you see this green tick marks. So your payment approval by PNR and check-in by PNR, both are tested. And you will see this green tick mark indicating both the flows have been executed. So you should see this green tick marks in the main.xml file. Now let me open the coverage report. So I'm gonna get this to full screen, M unit coverage, and click on this generate report button. Click on this generate report button, and what this report is doing, it is showing you the coverage report. It tells you how much of your application is executed. Okay, so it is giving you the mule configuration files information. So we have error, API, main, and health. And containers means the number of flows present in this resources, this resource file. Like error, you have 2 flows, API 4, main.xml 2, that is your payment approval and check-in by PNR, and health we got 3 flows. And then coverage report. Look at this coverage report. So for error, API and health, it's 0% because we haven't created test suite for this. Just we have created for main.xml and it is 100%. And this weight, the number of processes inside the resource over the total number of processes will give you this weight. Okay, so this is about coverage report. So let me close this window. So this coverage report is generated because your M unit is already integrated with Surefire. Okay, so Surefire is generating this report in the HTML format. Okay, can generate in the JSON format as well. So now come back to the terminal. Okay, so we're going to execute our M unit test cases independent of Studio as well. Okay, so before we execute the test phase. So let's go to the setting.xml file, and we're going to add the credentials to connect to the releases-e repository, because there are some plugins we are going to download it from the releases-e repository. Okay, we're going to make an entry over here. Okay, so it's the same server entry. We're going to copy over here, paste it. And the ID is releases-e. No worries, I'm going to paste this in a moment. Releases-e. And username, let me copy this from manual. This is the username. I'm pasting in the chat. So replace the username. And password also, I'm sharing in the chat. Okay, so save these changes. Let me paste this entire information in the chat. Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, I have added the extra tag. Okay, ignore the first one. /server. Okay. So let me paste this again. Server tag, I'm sharing this in the chat. So save your setting.xml file, very important. Save this. Now come back to the terminal, your command prompt window. Okay, so over here we're going to execute maven clean verify. So when you execute the verify, it's going to call the test phase also, which going to execute your yum unit test suite. -u -d encrypt dot key equal to secure 1 2 3 4 5 and -d env equal to dev. So no worries, I'm going to paste this command in the chat. maven clean verify -u -d encrypt dot key. Okay, I'm pasting in the chat. Okay, let's go forward and execute this command. So when you run this command, behind the scene, again, your checking Poppy project will be deployed to the Mule runtime as a separate process, and it will execute all your test suites. And also it's going to show the coverage report. It will be displayed on the console messages.
Subha, can you come again on why we added that additional server? I missed that part.
Because yum unit plugins, we are going to download from releases-e. Some of the plugins we use for yum unit, we're going to download it from releases-e repository. That's why we added
Okay.
this in. Okay, so if your build is successful, leave a green check mark. Okay, it's taking a while to generate the coverage report. Okay, let's check this and then we're going to wrap up for today's session. Okay, so we are ready to discuss 3 topics in module 4. So we're going to discuss the remaining 3 topics in the module 4 in tomorrow's class. And also we're going to create a library where we're going to extract the reusable code into the library and then we're going to publish to the Exchange. So that's the agenda for tomorrow's class. Hopefully we should finish our class before the lunch break tomorrow. So, okay, so if the build is successful, please let me know. If this is working fine, still taking time at my end. So did anyone try this one? If the build is successful, leave a green check mark. Okay, no worries. We can check on this part in tomorrow's class. Okay. Visualizer UI. Yeah, sure, Sathan. I'm gonna repeat those steps for you. Just give me a minute, okay? I'm gonna wrap up for today's session. Then you can share your screen. I'll help you out. Okay, so let me stop sharing my screen. So this we're gonna verify in tomorrow's class. It's taking a while to generate the coverage report. Okay. Yeah. So if you have any issues, please let me know. If you need any help with the walkthroughs which we completed so far, please stay back. If you have any issues, please stay back. Otherwise, you can drop off for today's session. Let's continue this tomorrow and we'll discuss the next topics in the module 4 in tomorrow's class. Bye everyone. See you tomorrow, all of you.